never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Russia's defense minister announced on television Wednesday that he was ordering the retreat of Moscow's forces from the strategically important southern city of Kherson in a potential blow to President Vladimir Putin's war effort. In his overnight address, President Zelensky of Ukraine appeared to cautiously welcome the announcement, saying, "There's a lot of joy in the media space today, and it is clear why, but our emotions must be restrained." Nicole is now a tropical storm, but forecasters are expecting it to strengthen to a Category 1 hurricane before it makes landfall in Florida. The storm's expected to hit the east coast of Florida, then swing back into the Gulf of Mexico, head north, and hit the Panhandle. Governor Ron DeSantis telling reporters Wednesday that several counties already have evacuation orders in place.
For those under evacuation orders, remember, you don't need to go hundreds of miles away. Instead, you can go tens of miles inland, stay within the state, and still be safe.
Maricopa County Board of Supervisors Chairman Bill Gates disputed incompetence in the 2022 election process as levied by Arizona Republican gubernatorial candidate Kari Lake. "I do not believe what happened on Election Day can fairly be called incompetence or corruption in any way," Gates said. "If people have instances of proof of fraud, we want to hear that," Gates said. "But up to this point, we have not. And right now, we are laser focused on getting through this count and doing it in an accurate way." As for Georgia, there will be a runoff election to pick a senator.
Georgia's closely watched race between incumbent Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker appears to be headed for a December 6th runoff. Gabriel Sterling, Georgia's chief operating officer, tweeted Wednesday morning that while county officials are still doing their detailed work on counting the votes, we feel it is safe to say there will be a runoff. End quote. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951 8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the Buy One, Get One Extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
During a press conference at the White House Wednesday, President Joe Biden said that he expects to decide early next year whether he will seek re-election for another 4-year term.
My intention is that I run again, but I'm a great respecter of fate, and this is ultimately a family decision. I think everybody wants me to run, but we're going to have discussions about it.
Biden also addressed what he'll do if the Republicans take control of Congress.
Will I support the proposal put forward by Senator Johnson and the senator from down in Florida to cut or make fundamental changes in Social Security and Medicare? That's not on the table. I will not do that. I will veto any attempt to pass a national ban on abortion, but I'm ready to compromise with Republicans where it makes sense on many other issues.
Question: are you watching what you eat? The answer out there is a loud and clear you should.
Eating ultra-processed foods may lead to premature death. Researchers in Brazil found that consuming foods such as frozen pizzas, donuts, and hot dogs were likely responsible for 57,000 deaths in 2019 among adults ages 30 to 69. Ultra-processed foods have long been linked to heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. The study appeared in the latest American Journal of Preventive Medicine. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. Get clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that Hot Shot Secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got Got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty then, my, that's time again already. Look at there. 12:08 Eastern Time. We cross over the midnight hour, and as the Big Moose says, let it roll. That's exactly what we're going to do. As we close out a hump day, there's somebody out there slacking on their job. We never did get a hey, Mike for our hump day, did we? And maybe we'll get a Thursday. 10th day of November, though. November 10, 2022, coming on. We'll work our way from time zone to time zone across the country and welcome you in. Full 5 hours comes your way. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. Our secret bunker, based out of Southwest Ohio, where it is a beautiful, quiet night, 56 degrees outside the bunker. Yeah, a couple days past the full moon, but the moon still shining bright overhead. Beautiful conditions. So I'm not going to complain. But there are several areas around the country where it's not a good night to be trucking, moving that freight, or traveling for that matter. Now we've got, of course, a broad area of hurricane warnings. Matter of fact, I was just getting the latest from the Hurricane Center, and looks like landfall probably going to officially be taking place maybe within the next hour or two along the east coast of Florida. Somewhere between like 1, 2 a.m. officially, they're saying. You can see the radar circulation center real close. Looks like a zone from, say, right about Port St. Lucie down to West Palm Beach, where you can see the center of circulation just offshore there. But you've got the heavy rains, torrential rains falling. All right, for this hour, rain all the way from Jacksonville, Florida, down to Cape Coral, West Palm Beach. Heavy rains from Orlando on southward. Even rains all the way over from Tampa to Bradenton, Florida, on the outer edge of what is indeed Hurricane Nicole. So we've got tropical storm force winds that started tearing into southeastern Florida much earlier this past evening. Conditions have been rapidly deteriorating throughout the evening. Satellite Beach, Florida. Reed Timmer, I guess, is on the ground there. Warning at about 9 o'clock this past evening, about 3 hours ago. Ocean spray kicking into the air, rough waves, doing little to quell concerns over beach erosion. Yeah, this massive storm will indeed make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane early this morning. AccuWeather says landfall expected in the Stuart, Port St. Lucie, and Fort Pierce area of Florida, again, in the next hour or so, depending on the forward speed, if that changes. Yeah, just before the noon hour local time on Wednesday, Nicole actually made landfall on Great Abaco Island in the Bahamas. We have had evacuations taking place. Mandatory evacuations went into effect this past day in parts of Palm Beach and Volusia counties in Florida. At 6 o'clock this past evening, aircraft, the hurricane hunters, found Nicole had indeed strengthened to a Category 1 hurricane. In other words, packing sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. But this is, as they've been telling us all week, a big storm, a massive zone of tropical storm force winds, 40 to 60 miles per hour, extending over an area encompassing about 500,000 square miles, if you could imagine, from west of Bermuda to the southeastern coast and the eastern Gulf of Mexico. And that's going to be the case overnight tonight as we roll into a Thursday. So the coastal areas, especially from the Space Coast of Florida all the way to the Carolinas, tropical storm force winds will be extending over a duration 36 to 48 hours consecutively. Now, that's a lengthy period of impacts, and that is going to take a toll. Storm surge will be one of the most damaging aspects overnight tonight. Water level rises 3 to 6 feet. Some areas may be even higher. Not only near where Nicole makes landfall across the central portions of Florida's east coast, but, I mean, we're talking areas hundreds of miles further to the north. That means the beaches, the dunes, the coastal infrastructure, areas still recovering from Ian, will be subject to further damage from this storm. The storm surge 3 to 6 feet can occur from just north of West Palm Beach all the way to near, say, Tybee Island in Georgia. In many cases along Florida's east coast, conditions may be a whole lot worse with Nicole versus what you saw with Ian, because, of course, Nicole making a direct strike from the east in this case. Then we just came off the full moon, so the astronomical aspects will increase to the water rise. I'm not sure exactly what time high tide would be along Florida's coast overnight tonight. There was concern, obviously, with landfall. If it occurs during the high tide, we could talk 3 to 4 feet of additional water with that storm surge there. There's the potential, they did say, for some last-minute strengthening, of course, because it's actually over what we call the Gulf Stream right now. Very warm waters. But near and just north of the eye, gusts 60 to 80 miles per hour will be occurring. AccuWeather forecast, we could see gusts close to 100 miles per hour. Then, of course, the heavy rain. We're going to be talking a broad zone of 4 to 8 inch of rainfall over the central and northern counties, and that's going to lead to some new rises on the rivers in that region, including the St. Johns River. Now, the good news, I guess, would be areas that were most directly impacted by the Hurricane Ian earlier this year. Impacts will be very minimal for those areas, pretty much what you'd see similar to that of a tropical storm. Winds not likely to be strong enough for long enough to push a significant amount of water from the Gulf of Mexico into the coastal communities from Cape Coral to Marco Island. Main concern in southwestern Florida could be some of the locally severe thunderstorms that could produce squally winds. Got to be aware of the potential for tornadoes and water spouts. But in the stretch from Orlando to Tampa, the combination of heavy rain and gusty winds will lead to localized flooding, sporadic power outages overnight tonight. Matter of fact, according to Power Outage US, we're already well in excess of 10,000 power outages in Florida, well before this storm even comes ashore. Let's go back a few hours and look at some of the updates, what we've been seeing. As I mentioned, tropical storm force winds began coming ashore hours ago. As of the early evening, already reports of 68 miles per hour winds. Stewart Beach, higher gusts in Cape Canaveral, 66 miles per hour. Daytona Beach, over 60 miles per hour. And those are strong enough winds to bring down trees, cause power outages, particularly in areas that experienced flooding since Hurricane Ian. The waterlogged ground making the trees much more susceptible to being blown over. Now, I'll pull up the latest numbers. I believe the numbers are probably in excess of 15,000. Interesting how a lot of people in Florida, it's a Category 1 hurricane, and a lot of people just kind of brush that off as, it ain't no big deal. We can weather the storm, no problem. Bill Waddell was there in St. Lucia County, where authorities said, hey, the conditions are deteriorating fast, but all these people out there, still walking along the beach, riding bikes, even people out in the surf, on jet skis and things like that, despite all the warnings. Crazy people. According to one local resident in Fort Pierce, I said, look, there's two guys out there on a jet ski. I hope they're okay. I don't want the Coast Guard to be out looking for those guys tomorrow morning, I just don't understand it. Just to the south in Stewart, some people were still fishing as the waves were crashing ashore. Taking out piers and docks. Police were patrolling the shoreline, hoping to make sure the beaches and the piers were empty, even trying to cordon off some areas. Colleges and universities across the state canceling classes for the upcoming day due to Nicole. Florida State University, University of Florida, University of North Florida, and University of Central Florida all canceling classes out of an abundance of caution. Classes and events are being canceled. Only essential personnel expected to report to work today. University of South Florida is transitioning to remote classes for the upcoming day. All the schools are closed on Friday because Friday, of course, is Veterans Day, right? So as we mentioned, conditions have been deteriorating for hours. Beach erosion has been ongoing. There are homes that are hanging on, teetering on the edge. All right, further up the line here. Okay, landfall. Landfall on the path for the early hours here this Thursday morning. Again, they posted here, about 25 minutes ago. As of 10 p.m. Eastern time, the storm was technically about 75 miles east-northeast of West Palm Beach. Again, sustained winds of 75 miles per hour. Overall, the wobbly motion is going to bring the center of Nicole roughly between Port St. Lucie and Vero Beach between 1 and 3 a.m. So over the next few hours this morning. So obviously already contending with tropical storm force winds there. Batten down the hatches. It's going to be kind of a rough and tumble night. I don't imagine there's going to be a whole lot of traffic out there on the roadways, right? High pressure pumping, checking in out of the box, ready to roll. There's Heavy D on board. Good morning, overnight drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Heat wave. Good morning from Gallup, New Mexico. We've got clouds. 34 degrees, a little chilly out west, right? As he's headed for Albuquerque tonight. Good morning from Tacoma, Washington. There's Daniel on board, still out there. 5-7, copy the mail. Hello to Richard. I guess you still got power, right? Morning from Central Florida, 69 degrees and rainy, no doubt. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Pappy checks in with 57 degrees in southwestern Hamilton County, Ohio. Busy, Steve. Has there been any change since last night when I spoke to you on the air? Haven't really heard any news, any updates. Been very busy at work, so can you give us the lowdown? Yes, got the full breakdown. Of course, we'll have all the details. Indeed, in the state of Georgia, we can start there with the Senate race, the very closely watched Raphael Warnock versus Herschel Walker. They have slated the rundown. Another election will be taking place on December the 6th, I believe, was the date they've slated for that. The runoff election, which could very well determine the fate of Senate control. All right, we'll get to some of the other listening friends. Got a bunch of folks joining us. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, let's get it off and rolling here on a Thursday morning. Yeah. Friday Eve already? It is. Hello to old Hank, trucking through Indiana tonight on Interstate 74. Everybody be safe out there. Philly Dan checks in. I just realized the paper towels at the gas pumps are for wiping your tears away after filling your fuel tank. That's about the truth of it these days. Matter of fact, I've got our industry headlines, latest numbers, diesel prices, national average up another couple of cents over the past week. We'll break the numbers down coming up here. Good morning, Steve-O from Homer, Michigan. That is Truckin' Troy on board there. Bolt checks in with 35 degrees at the State Police Barracks in Romney, West Virginia. Not much to report tonight besides the fact it's cold. Hope everybody has a wonderful, safe night out there. All right, Michigan Madman on board. Let's see, Shorty checks in. I'm headed right into Nicole. I'm going to Lakeland and Tampa this morning. So they've actually got you rolling, even with the conditions you're going to be dealing with there. I mean, torrential rain. You're going to be talking wind-whipped rains. Your truck's going to be rocking and rolling there in Florida tonight, Shorty. Keep us informed with all the latest. See anything worth reporting, please give us a call. Country Bumpkin checks in from Kansas City. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Hanging in with 68 degrees, hammer down safely. And let's go, Brandon. Larry, as always, says, good afternoon. Be safe, 39 degrees on 84 eastbound at the New York-Connecticut state line at this hour. Kevin checks in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew checking in from Troy, Ohio this morning. Hello to Mike. See, Hot Shot Secret are in 2020 Ram. Hot Shot Secret is in our 2020 Ram. Last camping trip of the year as we're headed down to the Smokies. Be safe out there, Overnight Drive family. Rick, save me a cup of coffee there. That's Mike from Beaver Creek, Ohio. Thank you so much, Mike, and thanks for helping support the program and Hot Shot Secret. Let's see, Ronnie checks in. Good morning, Steve, all the Overnight Drive listeners. I don't know why everybody was so upset. We will ultimately have taken the house. It's not official yet. There's still too many uncalled house races. And he said, I think ultimately we're probably going to take the Senate as well. That is definitely still in play at this point in time. Well, let's jump right into that here about a minute before our news break, bottom of the hour, of course, after which we'll get to your calls at 844-844-3388. Georgia. All right, so you've got Herschel Walker, Raphael Warnock. Neither of them crossing the 50% threshold. They're headed for a runoff election on December the 6th, according to the Secretary of State's office. Now, Warnock was beating Walker by a razor-thin margin, less than 1%, with 97% of the precincts reporting. You've got the Libertarian candidate, a guy by the name of Chase Oliver, who had 2% of the vote. That was enough to dent Walker and Warnock's chances of crossing that 50% threshold, which is required by Georgia state law to win the election outright. Now, the Secretary of State's chief operating officer wrote on social media a little before 2 a.m., while county officials are still doing the detailed work counting the votes, we feel it's safe already at this point to say there's going to be a runoff. So that's what the slate is. My question, my real question, I don't know. Would a Libertarian be more inclined to back Herschel Walker or Raphael Warnock? That, to me, is the big question. Hold that thought. We'll get a news break. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. U.S. Senate control hung in the balance while Republicans moved closer to securing a majority in the House of Representatives on Wednesday, a day after Democrats outperformed expectations and avoided a Republican red wave in midterm elections. Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu ordered his troops to withdraw from the west bank of the Dnipro River near strategic southern Ukrainian city of Kherson in a significant setback for Moscow and potential turning point in the war. Ukraine reacted with caution to Wednesday's announcement, saying some Russian forces were still in Kherson and additional Russian manpower was being sent to the region. Former U.S. President Donald Trump on Wednesday lost a bid to delay the appointment of a watchdog at his real estate company, which is facing a civil fraud lawsuit by the New York State Attorney General. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, and we'll get to your calls coming up here at 844-844-3388. So we left off there talking about the state of Georgia. And I'm thinking, I don't personally, I can't think of any friends that I have currently that describe themselves as a libertarian. I don't know that I've spoke to any libertarian candidates on the program over all the years. So quite honestly, and for as much as we talk politics, I don't really know a whole lot about what their platform is as far as would they be more inclined when the runoff election rolls around. This 2% of voters that were supporting the Libertarian candidate, Chase Oliver, essentially that's going to be the make or break, right? Do Libertarians opt just to, well, forget about it. I'm not going to support either candidate, so they just don't vote on runoff election day? Or would they, again, be more inclined? Do you have any Libertarian listeners out there? Would you be more inclined to back the Republican or the Democrat candidate, realizing that your vote is going to be the make or break for who's actually going to be taking that Senate seat to represent you for the next 6 years? The expectation of a runoff race after, of course, Warnock won his initial election in 2021, one of the two blockbuster Senate races there in the state of Georgia. That's what ultimately led to the Democrats taking control of the Senate majority. Now, this year's runoff scenario could be all too familiar, depending on the final race calls in Nevada and Arizona, where the vote counting continues there, and those races still too close to call, they tell us. If indeed Republicans win one of those, the Senate majority would once again hinge on the runoff in the state of Georgia. Now, in a change from 2020, a runoff race would last 4 weeks rather than 9 weeks. That was part of the election overhaul bill that was signed into law in Georgia last year. Both campaigns, Walker and Warnock, expressing optimism about their prospects of winning. So that's where things stand in the state of Georgia. The drama is going to be drug out for another 4 weeks, December the 6th. And again, I'm not real sure. Someone inquired last evening, the fact that they're saying that the runoff would be kind of a 4-week thing, I presume they'll probably have early voting opportunities, like they did leading up to Tuesday of this week. I don't know. Is there even time to do mail-in ballots sort of thing? I mean, it's a very brief window of opportunity. Those are all things we'll have to learn. We'll be finding out. All right, who else we got checking in here? Buster Brown on board. Love the working app of your show. And Hot Shot Secret, happy birthday to the Marines today. That's right. Yeah, Knucklebuster forgot to mention that last evening in his call. He reminded me after the show, he said, I meant to say happy birthday, 247 years. It's the anniversary of the Marines. Greetings from Hagerstown, Maryland. Can anyone explain why anyone voted for Fetterman? Yeah, Warren, I wish I knew the answer to that, but let's see. Logistically misplaced checks in. Hello, it's 14 degrees here in Fairbanks, Alaska. Speaking of Alaska, hey, we've got the update on your state as well, which it's crazy stuff what you've got going on there. This ranked voting system results in Alaska's congressional elections will not be decided until November 23rd, 2 weeks after Election Day, thanks to their new ranked choice voting system. That delays the tabulation of second and third choice selections. As of this past morning, the challenger Kelly Tshibaka, who is a Republican, held a narrow lead over the incumbent Republican Lisa Murkowski, but Tshibaka's 44% was not enough to win the outright majority in what is a 4-candidate race in the state of Alaska. Now, if Murkowski wins enough second-choice votes, including from the 9.5% of voters who chose the lone Democrat in that race, she would ultimately retain that Senate seat. Likewise, in the race for the state's at-large congressional district, the incumbent, Representative Mary Peltola, who is a Democrat who took office in a special election earlier this year, that was the first one that featured this whole new ranked choice system, only won 47% of first-choice votes. Sarah Palin finished second. The total Republican vote was well over what would have been the majority, but with this ranked choice system, that means that Palin split the Republican vote with another Republican candidate, Nick Begich. That likely means a Democrat will continue to represent a largely conservative state in the House of Representatives. Second and third choices will only be tabulated on November the 23rd. So how does that work? When you get a ballot and you put number 1 for the candidate you want first, and then a number 2, second choice, and then third choice. It's a crazy system there in Alaska, and I don't much like it. As I mentioned last evening, realizing how the ranked choice system works, you knew Sarah Palin and Begich, one of them you would have think would bow out because you're going to split the vote and there ain't going to be a chance. We'll see how it all pans out. But there's the update from Alaska. Good to have you on board there, logistically misplaced. Let's see. Wally checks in. Morning, everybody. Typical Florida. Nicole, just northeast of me, waiting for landfall. Gilligan, morning. Hello to the fellow listeners out there driving in the moonlight. One more night at the Speedway in Martinsville, Virginia, 51 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Midnight Special is on board. The winds are blowing pretty good here in Savannah, Georgia. those winds are only going to continue to increase through the overnight hours and through the day on Thursday. A couple more here. Let's see. Hello, Steve. It's Phil at the Skyway Rest area on Tampa Bay, West Coast, I-275. Winds about 35 miles an hour right now. They will close the bridge down when the winds hit over 40 miles per hour. Yeah, got one truck driver here, myself, and the kitty cat. Stay safe, everyone out there tonight. Okay. And good morning to Mr. Q, just checking in here on a Thursday morning. Heat Wave, first out of the box here on a Thursday morning. Heat Wave, what's happening?
Good morning, senor. Well, a little bit of frozen precip out here. I don't want to say ice or snow because apparently those are curse words. But, yeah, they got the salt shakers out in Arizona, and they got them out here in the plows in New Mexico. So, folks, be careful out here, both going east and west. That election nonsense up there in Alaska sounds like a participation trophy award. Everyone gets a vote. And whoever gets the most number ones, or number twos, is going to be the ones that get to be the winner. Good night. What the hell's the matter with people these days, Steve? I mean, you vote a potato head from Pennsylvania to be y'all's representatives up there. The guy that says he's going to kill fracking. They don't want to be energy independent. They want to go green. He wants to have heroin safe spots, injection spots, so the druggies can shoot up on the taxpayer dime. He can't have a coherent sentence made, and he can't hear and comprehend at the same damn time what you're saying. He's got to have a stenographer with him or whatever. What the hell's the matter with people out there, Steve? Is it the education system that's going from educating to indoctrinating? Saying, everybody needs to be equal, except politicians, because they're going to be the only ones that have money.
Well, how about the prospect that Donald Trump endorsed the alternative, and I hate Donald Trump and anyone who's associated with him, and I will not vote for anyone associated with Trump. I think a lot of the Pennsylvania vote has a lot to do with that.
Well, obviously, the people in Pennsylvania are now starting to be like the people in New Mexico. Apparently, we have a penchant for being losers. Apparently, we love spending money on education and then still being the stupidest people out here on earth. I mean, we're last in everything good, and we're first in everything that's bad. Crime, drugs, carjackings, murders, illegal aliens. We're number one in those. But the stuff that built America up, education, the idea of working for what you want. Oh, no. We can't have any of that. So, and the sad part is the rest of us have to live with their bad decisions. So we're going to have to live with it for another 4 years. The only thing is that she didn't get near as many votes, percentage-wise, as what she did, Michelle Lujan Grisham, as she did during her first run for governor. I think it was knocked down by about 5 points. So... Now, as far as libertarian, I really don't know that it's any different from a conservative ideology. Maybe a little, maybe center left, but not far left. I'd have to get my brother to call you up or email you to let you know what the libertarian ideas are. And speaking of my brother, he did fairly well for his first time. He got 25% of the vote. And you're going to think, well, that's he got smoked. Well, yeah, he did, but he only had just a tad over $400 in donations given to him. So he used that up just driving to the different venues out there, talking to the people. And, the Republican candidate that he was running against had spent over $125,000 as far as, getting his name out there and to get 75% of the vote. And you're thinking, well, that's, he did good. But, I mean, for the money, my brother actually did better per dollar than what this other, what the incumbent did. So, I guess the Fort Worth newspaper wanted to talk to him about his campaign and what he'd done, of course, after he lost. But, it's not bad for a first-time run at something that he's never done before. So, he may have got a name out for himself for the next go around.
You got to start somewhere. Absolutely, everybody starts somewhere. I mean, look at Ron DeSantis there in Florida. He just eked out a win 4 years ago, and look how far he had come. It was he beat Crist by nearly 20 points in Florida.
Yes. Now there's talk about him maybe in 2 years, being one of the front runners of the Republican Party for. Now, wasn't he in 2016? Didn't he run for the nomination then? Because I seem to think that he had, and he was one of those that fell out early of the group of 16 Republicans that were running for the nomination when Trump was in it.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right?
There were so many in the field, and I don't recall if he was in the mix or not. I'd have to go back to the archives and pull that up. Yeah, he might have been.
Yeah. So, but I was in discussion with another driver and my co-driver, and she is vehemently against. That's a big $5 word. Vehemently.
Vehemently.
Yeah, she is like, nope, don't want Trump, don't want Orange Man in there, keep him out. And I'm thinking, well, from my perspective, yeah, I didn't care for the tweets, but I mean, who's to say he's not supposed to do that? But as a business person being in office, he knew how to run the country. From my perspective, I flourished. I really did, under a politician such as the jackass we have in there now. I'm making more money, but it doesn't have the same spending power, i.e. inflation.
Yep.
So, which one would you rather have? Would you rather have a businessman or a politician? I would rather have a businessman, and it seems like even though DeSantis is a politician, I think he has a grasp on business as well. So, if he were to run, I would vote for him if he were the Republican nominee. As far as the primaries go, it would be a toss-up for me between Donald Trump and DeSantis. But that's just me. So, anyways, after I got off the phone with you last night, I went ahead and put it on Fox, and I was listening to the results, and apparently the Democrat in Nevada was at that time was up 385 points over the Republican nominee for Senate. And then about 3 hours later, there was a 25,000 point swing where the Republican nominee
had actually moved ahead. Yep.
Yeah.
And that's why it remains too close to call. Yep.
Yeah. And I'm not really for sure what's happening there in Arizona. But, I mean, they had these issues 2 years ago with their voting machines. And 2 years later, they still had them again. And it isn't the Democrat nominee for governor in Arizona, isn't she the one that's overseeing her office?
That's the whole deal where, yes, Carrie Lake was speaking about that when they were, I think 20% of the machines were screwing up on Election Day. Turned out to be something to do with, I guess, the the contrast of the ink or something, and they wasn't reading the ballots. But yeah, Kari Lake was pretty pissed off about that there on Tuesday.
Yeah,
she was actually cursing the fact. But all right, I got to get a quick time out here. News break just around the corner. See, Wheelchair Dave checking in. Dave, you may be the only one that would ever notice that damn clock on the wall. He said, Steve, check your overnight drive clock on the wall. You neglected to turn it back because it's looking like 1:50 a.m. It's you're right. I missed that one when the time changed last weekend. All right, it's 844-3388. I'll tell you what, we'll just take it to the top of the hour break rather than a 2-minute timeout and then have 2 minutes before we hit that break. Yeah, Ron Johnson, I think, looking at the screen, I see 5-7 is on board. Tank wants to talk about Fetterman. I think Eagle's going to be checking in here briefly. But 5-7, the Democrats just don't get it. That's what that says on the screen. That's pretty much what Ron Johnson was saying. The so-called red wave was pretty disappointing, according to Ron Johnson. He held on to his seat there in Wisconsin, just barely, like by 1 percentage point. Yeah, he asked the question this past day, how bad does it have to get for Americans to reject the Democrats? How bad do conditions have to get in this country before these Democrats wake up and realize that their policies and their governance from the Democrat leaders is literally destroying this country? Again, he held on to Wisconsin by 1 point. I mean, you've got a 40-year high inflation, record gas prices, skyrocketing crime, a wide open border, drugs flooding into the country. Yeah, I just call the list of horribles. It doesn't get much worse than that. But the Democrats just kind of shrug it all off. I guess they're willing to live with it. Notably, having the mainstream media siding with the Democrats have truly obscured the narratives in elections. It's not a fair fight. It's not a level playing field. We have a mainstream media that really, they're not journalists. So many of them are advocates for the left. They don't interview someone like me. They would actually rather argue with me. So, well, we've got the real challenge in terms of getting the message out without having to pay, millions and millions of dollars. Johnson was actually targeted by President Biden during the White House news conference this past day, as the president lied about Johnson's alleged desire to do away with Social Security and Medicare. You heard that quote from the president in our news break there at the top of the hour. Johnson said, quote, he's lying to the American public, but he can lie with impunity because the mainstream media will not hold him accountable. They just ask him the question. Yeah, they haven't asked him those tough questions during his campaign and really throughout his entire presidency. And they certainly don't ask my opponent the tough questions during his campaign. Johnson said, I want to save Social Security, not end it, like the president suggested. But it needs to be funded, and the Democrats' spending is what's truly putting Social Security and Medicare at risk. The trust fund runs out in 2035, and nobody's talking about it. Nobody's really discussing the fact that, benefits already exceed the payroll tax. Nobody's talking about what happens when the trust fund runs out. Are we going to have the financial wherewithal to plus up the benefits to match the promises made? Again, these guys could care less about the truth. They just lie through their teeth. Now, he did note that the media being hostile toward him put his Senate seat in danger against Barnes, Because in Wisconsin, being a 48% split between party registrations, the battle remains for that 4% in the middle. And obviously, the media pushes that toward the Democrats. Now, you're literally starting an election battling over 4% of the electorate. It is very, very difficult, and it's even more difficult for conservatives when you've got that liberal mainstream media backing your opponent. All right, buddy, held on by a thread. News break time, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Former President Donald Trump's standing as the dominant figure in the Republican Party was challenged election night by a string of election results that even some of his advisors viewed as wounding to his political future. Trump is taking blame from Republicans for disappointing performances by many of the candidates he backed. Win or lose, how much of that will be because of Donald Trump?
Well, I think if they win, I should get all the credit, and if they lose, I should not be blamed at all, okay? But it'll probably be just the opposite. When they win, I think they're going to do very well. I'll probably be given very little credit, even though in many cases I told people to run. When they do well, I won't be given any credit, and if they do badly, they will blame everything on me.
Late on election night, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy struck a tone that was very optimistic.
And it is clear that we are going to take the House back. You're out late, but when you wake up tomorrow, we will be in the majority and Nancy Pelosi will be in the minority. Yeah!
Russian troops are leaving a major Ukrainian stronghold.
Under heavy fire, the Russian defense minister ordered troops to withdraw to the eastern bank of the Dnipro River on Wednesday, effectively giving up the southern city of Kherson. Kherson was the only provisional capital captured by Russia since it invaded Ukraine in February. Ukrainian President Zelensky said late Monday that Ukraine is prepared to negotiate with Russia for peace terms if certain conditions are met. Number 1, the restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity. Number 2, punishment of war criminals. And number 3, compensation for Kyiv for the invasion. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
President Joe Biden held a press conference Wednesday to discuss the outcome of the 2022 midterms and his party's plans for the future. When asked if he was going to run again, his response was,
"That's been our intention, regardless of what the outcome of this election was."
The president was asked if he had a preference for his future opponent.
It'll be fun watching them take on each other.
Some candidates didn't just win on Tuesday, they also broke barriers. Those victories included the first female governors elected in Arkansas, Massachusetts, and New York, the first black person to be elected governor of Maryland, and the first member of the Gen Z to be elected to Congress. Nicole has reached Category 1 hurricane status with sustained winds of 75 miles per hour, the broad storm threatening a large part of Florida's east coast. In Daytona Beach, homeowners saw high surf eat away at their beachfront properties when Hurricane Ian swept over the area at the end of September. Now, beach erosion is again threatening several houses, and Hurricane Nicole has not even made landfall. Krista Goodrich is the owner of Salty Dog Vacations, a property management company in Daytona Beach and Volusia County, showing which properties are endangered.
Ian just ripped our roof off, but it's freshly secured on there with new, bolts and brackets, so I don't think it'll get ripped off this time. But the tide's so high that it kind of just ravaged everything, so we're unloading the shed just in case it floats away. There's really not much more we can do. Hoping to anchor it down, tie everything up together.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Now you can fly anywhere in the world and pay discount prices on your airline tickets. Book a flight today to London, Paris, Madrid, or anywhere else you want to go. And pay a lot less guaranteed. Call the International Travel Department right now at Low Cost Airlines.
800-215-5141. 800-215-5141. That's 800-215-5141.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, welcome back. Round number 2. As we work our way into a Thursday, here comes the 10th day of November, all right? Scooter checks in via email. You might very well be onto something there, Scooter. Scooter suggests in Pennsylvania, he said, Fetterman used what he called the Biden campaign strategy. Yeah, remember Joe Biden spent so much time hunkered down in his basement, right? As we had the whole pandemic thing, can't get COVID. Yeah, didn't come out of his bunker till just, right before the election. Now, in the state of Pennsylvania has 51 days of early voting. Fetterman was able to essentially hide the extent of the stroke damage from the people by not doing any in-person events until literally just a few weeks before the actual debate, which was 1 week before the election, at which point a lot of people were actually able to see how disabled he actually was during that debate. But by that point in time, there were already close to 40 days worth of early votes cast. That's a valid point. I take that into consideration. Got to wonder how many people who had early voted might have been kind of second-guessing their vote after the fact of the debate. You've seen. That's a good point to ponder. Yeah, would the same thing come into play there in Georgia? I mean, they waited till very, very late to hold the Warnock-Herschel Walker debate there in Georgia as well. I'm thinking there's probably a lot of early voting and mail-in ballots that had already gone out. We'll have some of those people in Georgia possibly wanted to change how they voted had that debate taken place before they voted. All right. Things we'll find out. I guess come December the 6th, we'll know one way or the other if people had second thoughts after the debate there. There were other things on the ballot, of course, around the country. There were, I believe, 5 states that had abortion issues on the ballots. In the state of Iowa, gun control was on the ballot. Iowa voters overwhelmingly passed what was known as Public Measure Number 1, enshrining the right to keep and bear arms in the state's constitution, making the passage of any new gun control restrictions extremely difficult in that state. That amendment passed by a margin of 66% yay, 34% nay. KCRG reports the full language of the amendment. Article 1 of the Constitution of the state of Iowa is amended by adding the following new section. Right to keep and bear arms. Section 1A. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The sovereign state of Iowa affirms and recognizes this right to be a fundamental individual right. Any and all restrictions of this right shall be subject to strict scrutiny. The Des Moines Register notes the amendment makes Iowa the 4th state with strict security language to protect the gun rights in the state's constitution. The Iowa Firearms Coalition president commented on the passage of the amendment, saying, "This is a historical day for freedom, civil rights, and the Hawkeye State. The right to self-defense and bear arms is here to stay in Iowa. We're grateful for the thousands of Iowans who took the time out to cast their vote in favor of liberty there in the state of Iowa." Very interesting. There you go. So 5-7 on board. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I've already seen and heard, Republicans start to turn on each other. And I agree. Someone got on me about Lindsey Graham and clearly bringing up, we may pass a law nationwide against abortion. They could outlaw it completely. I don't remember.
He's the only dumbass that ever suggested that, and I don't know of any Republicans. I mentioned there were five states that had abortion rights in those particular states. Every state that had it on the ballot, the people said, we want to keep the right to abortions. That's the way, and that's the way it's supposed to be, right? Supreme Court strikes down Roe versus Wade. It goes to the people in the states, and the people are saying what they want.
Exactly, and this is a fact. When it goes back to the states, it puts it back into the people's responsibility. You'll have to face God for your own actions and for your own vote. And that's where it should be, what you're willing to tolerate in your state. Now, I'm going to say it. I mean, if it comes before me, I'm going to vote pro-life. And I get people mad at me. Oh, you're a one vote. Hey, guess what? I registered as a Democrat when I found out Reagan was, talking about pro-life. Go to church and find out they had the Silent Scream movie playing at the time. And I said, well, doggone, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a Republican. So I never voted Democrat. So this stance has been in the party since at least whenever I started, and that goes back to Reagan. And that's so, sorry guys, whether you like it or not, I'm in the party. And truth of the matter is, the issue come up between Ted Cruz and Donald Trump, and when you looked up Trump's history, he didn't care one way or the other when it comes to abortion or any of that stuff. But he turned out to be great on it. By the way, he proved me wrong in so many ways, so I'm glad he became president. I appreciate him. I pray that. And the ones that are doing good, in my opinion, are the ones that mimicked him, that stood up for them, didn't take no sass off the press, stood up for themselves. And now for the reason I called, interesting. Now, this happened before, back in the day that, people were making an issue when I said that Donald Trump in Crimea sent, anti-tank missiles frying Russians, when they were saying that Trump was a Russian spy. I said, well, he made Putin have to be a fool for how many tank operators were incinerated, while Barack Obama was only sending food and towels. I guess he expected them to whip them, to swat them whenever they're getting out of the shower or something. I don't know. But I'm sitting there watching a reel, and I just didn't think much of it. It showed they showed them pulling out the bed cover, the fiberglass bed cover out of the back of a Dodge, I think, or a Chevy. And in the floor, there was a trap door there in the bed, and they raised it up, and there was 2 illegals in there. Mm-hmm. By the way, I'm claustrophobic. I couldn't do that. I'd been in there screaming. The U.S. Navy needs to contact them, too, and hire them for submarine duty. Let me tell you. So all I said, this is just 2, but there's been 5 million. 3 million illegals, and while our country still does over 1 million legal. And I said, if you Democrats voted, if you get Democrats voted pro-Democrat, then you're going to have probably 2 million more coming, or 5 million, 3 million more coming. Oh my gosh! I get the stuff that I got back, and one precious lady goes, "Oh, there's less now than there was during Trump."
Okay, that's somebody that's totally informed, right? I mean, even the mainstream media, when they do ever mention it, I mean, it's the numbers under Biden are all record numbers, month over month, year over year. Never have we seen the illegals flooding this country like we are right now. Never.
You're set back. What do you say? You don't want to insult somebody. The only thing I could tell the young lady was, please, Google the numbers. And then I left it at that. But you try, and guess what? She may not. She may Google the numbers, and she will be informed. I don't know what she listened to. I left it at that. Of course, anybody that knows, I'm not the greatest speller. I made it through high school, graduated. I've got dyslexia. Of course, back in our day, in the 70s, they didn't know what it was, or nobody recognized it. But I did my kitchen in the Navy, 6 years, 44 years trucking. I did all right. But Lord, because of a misspelled couple of words, they trashed me left and right on there. But not one of them said, you're wrong about the numbers. So, it just, maybe they'll whenever I told the young lady to Google it, maybe they'll go Google it. But that's what we're dealing with.
Yeah,
they don't get it.
I learned a while back. You're arguing with someone on Facebook or Twitter or social media. You ain't getting nowhere. There is no winning there. You can pull up the facts. You can pull up the statistics. It's a waste of time, really. Yes. It is 844-844-3388. Just the facts, Sorry to say. Buckeye Boy checks in. Bongino said on his show yesterday that it has to get a whole lot worse before people are going to get it. He said he lived through it in New York. There were 2,000 murders in New York the first time Giuliani ran for mayor of New York, and he lost. The next time, there were 1,900 murders, and he won and started to get that hellhole turned around. Last year, there were 400 murders in New York, and I guess that's not enough for people to say it's time to make a change. So, yeah, you get what you deserve. Well, that the whole premise that Hochul, won the election pretty much hands down there in New York. Astounding, especially after she made the comment, what's your big fixation with people getting out of jail? And why is that such a big deal? The crime. It's not enough, I guess, for them to feel like it's time for a change. Top of the morning, Santa Claus checks in, 48 degrees in Knoxville, Tennessee. Trying to make heads or tails out of what happened on Election Day. Santa Claus out. Yeah, we're all trying to make heads or tails out of that. All right. Prices at the pump. Let's shift gears momentarily here. We got the latest numbers. Prices are inching higher once again as the nation's diesel supply is indeed seeing some hiccups. According to the Energy Information Administration, average price for a gallon of diesel now at $5.33 per gallon. Up a couple cents from last week, up nearly $2 from November of last year. Yeah, you've got the war in Ukraine. You had Hurricane Ian. You had a Pennsylvania refinery fire. COVID-related shutdowns, all contributing factors, according to industry insiders. Patrick DeHaan, head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy, said that while national diesel supplies are tight, they have actually edged up a bit over the past few weeks. They reported a 400,000-barrel increase in distillate inventories for the week ending October 28th. The majority of stations, especially away from the East Coast and the Northeast, should have few issues with diesel supply, although some stations in those regions could see some diesel delivery times being out of whack. Yeah, brief outages at a limited number of stations are possible, but with the refineries continuing to churn out product and some of the maintenance wrapping up at other refineries, we're optimistic the situation will be improving. GasBuddy.com. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, as we anticipate the arrival of Hurricane Nicole in Florida. She's pretty much rolling in as we speak. Haven't seen any headlines yet about an actual official landfall just yet. I did see a breakdown from AccuWeather where they're advising people if you and your family were unable to evacuate ahead of Nicole, here's what you need to know to stay safe during the nighttime hours. Hurricane shelters have opened across southeast Florida. For those that are kind of uneasy about weathering the storm in their home, anyone planning on hunkering down in one of those shelters should arrive before the storm surge starts to inundate the streets. Yeah, obviously driving through floodwaters can be especially deadly, especially in fast-moving water. The hurricane's going to present a tornado threat overnight as well. We do expect a slug of convection on the north side of this system to gradually come ashore, bringing with it that tornado threat. And the tornado threat's going to continue through Thursday as well across eastern Georgia, eastern South Carolina. Reed Timmer adds the worst of the conditions would be north of the center of the storm. All right, please make sure that you have your smartphones charged. Ensure you've got your notifications turned on and the volume is turned up. And, of course, they're especially advising about tornado warnings, which I did pull up from Kamala the Whole. Not seeing anything as far as, haven't seen any tornado warnings yet at all, as Nicole is coming ashore. I'm pretty sure that'll be changing through the overnight hours, though. All right, check in with Tank, I believe it is. Morning, Tank. What's happening out there?
Hey, Steve. I heard something pretty funny earlier. Well, not really funny, but some pundits from the left are saying since Fetterman done so well in the reddest part of Pennsylvania, that he will be a good candidate for, guess what?
President.
You got it.
You can't be serious.
Is that not crazy?
Yeah, like you said, that's
you can't
funny.
Make it up.
That's funny. It is.
It's unreal. It's just unbelievable how just crazy those people are to even think anything like that. So, you know, him and Biden had a call. They had a joke about it, you know, they neither won. You know, after Fetterman won, they said Biden had called him and they just held the phone there for 3 hours because they couldn't neither one of them make a real sentence out. So they just sit there and held the phone.
That's funny.
And made little funny noises to each other. That's all I got. I just wanted to call and say I didn't know if you had seen anything about the pundits talking about Fetterman being a good presidential candidate or not. I just thought that was funny, and I wanted to share that with you.
That's great. No, I hadn't seen that, but it does. Why does that not surprise me? Obviously that's coming from the media on the left, correct? What do we got? All right, news break just around the corner here, a couple minutes away, so we'll get back to the calls just ahead. Hang in there at 844-844-3388. Yeah, we all know you know it. You're dealing with it every day. Been dealing with it for the longest time now throughout the year of 22. Prices at the pump. Yeah, we just mentioned the national average up again, another couple of cents over the past week, $5.33 a gallon. National average for diesel. Many areas in excess of $6 per gallon. For months, Central Ohio has seen a major increase in the price of diesel. It's having an impact on the trucking industry. Some truckers and businesses stressing to families that the impact is ultimately going to trickle down to everything you buy. Walter Smith owns 25th Dynasty Trucking. Says the recent rise in the cost of diesel at the pump indeed is causing a dent in his business. So gas has tripled in cost. It's eaten up all of our profit. According to AAA, diesel is pushing $6 a gallon through Central Ohio and continues to soar while truckers and their profits dip. Smith said we can lose anywhere from $600 and $1,100 per truck, depending on how many truckers 25th Dynasty has on staff. Smith said they could lose upwards of $5,000 from business. Of course, we know the cost of gas is impacting families and their everyday shopping. It's impacting all of us. And there's just no justification for it, he says. Well, the cost of traveling on the road rising with fuel prices. The impact is trickling down to the store shelves, particularly, as we all know, with our groceries. The industry passes these costs down to you. All right, with that, we'll get our news break here, bottom of the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive coming to you live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Baruso reporting. Fox News is reporting that former President Trump was furious Wednesday over the disappointing showing by Republicans nationally and blames people in particular who advised him to back Mehmet Oz in the Pennsylvania Senate race, including the former First Lady, Melania Trump. Oz went down to defeat the Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman in the state's closely watched Senate contest, a bruising loss for Republicans trying to win back a Senate majority. Fetterman's win allowed Democrats to pick up a seat previously held by Senator Pat Toomey. A new survey shows a large percentage of young Americans are struggling with mental health issues. The survey by Harmony Healthcare IT found 42% of Generation Z adults started dealing with mental health conditions soon after the pandemic started in 2020. And Elon Musk is selling 20 million shares of Tesla. The shares are valued at about $4 billion. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by government.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation. And now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right. You can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as anticipated, official word from AccuWeather, and Hurricane Nicole began the process of making landfall about 1 a.m., about 35 minutes ago. Category 1 hurricane. The storm will continue to track northwest as the eye wall continues to trudge ashore. Yeah, storm's official landfall likely to be between Fort Pierce and Vero Beach. Now, when the outer edge of the eye wall starts to make its way inland, that is considered the storm beginning the process of making landfall. I believe the case is when the center of the eye actually comes in, the center, yeah, that's official landfall. Now, in the case of Nicole, since the eye wall is so large, it's going to take a significant amount of time for what they could describe as an official landfall. All right, the storm's official landfall will occur when the center of the eye wall comes ashore. Eye wall with this thing is somewhere about 60 to 80 miles in diameter. Big. That is very large, especially for a hurricane. Typically, an eye wall is anywhere from 20 to 40 miles in diameter. But so there you go. Officially, I guess in the next eye wall is coming ashore. But when the center of that circulation comes in, that will be the official landfall. And we'll continue to watch. Our number, 844-844-3388. Good morning, Scarecrow.
You mentioned the hurricane there, Steve. I've long forgotten, I understood at one time, what is the significance when they give us the various categories, about the hurricane and, tornadoes, what level they're at. Is it kind of the insurance industry that wants to know that? Or, a given structure, I don't think it gives a rat's ass if that wind is blowing 5 miles an hour either side of, one level of wind. Do you know for certain why the designation, the categories?
No, I missed what the actual question is. What?
Well, we're talking hurricanes now.
Right.
Category 1, 2, 3. Why is it so important that a storm be designated at a given level? Is it driven by the insurance industry that they have to know exactly how much wind is involved that may determine coverage in that area? Or I mean,
no, it would just
like you say,
it would really just it's to let the people know. I mean, with each increased category and strength, there's the level of destruction that can be done. Category 1's going to have obviously a minimal amount. Each category up is going to be an exponential increase in the amount of. It's kind of like an earthquake, 1, 2, 3, 4. Each one is exponentially worse in the amount of damage it's going to do. I think it's just to let the people know when a storm's coming.
Yeah. Well, I know, in the case of tornadoes, inspectors will come in afterwards and inspect the damage to determine, what the wind level was and whatnot. But, I think there's something specific, but I've long forgotten, the reasoning. I'm sure somebody else out there, can guide me on that. The evening, it kind of started out on a bit of a sour note. I always stretch out for an hour and a half nap. Just setting the alarm, and I thought, well, what the heck? There's a message there from Horse Feathers. So I clicked on that quick, and here was a link to a YouTube clip. Well, we're close enough to Friday here, Steve, so we can start talking dumbass. I hit the play button on that, the play arrow. Well, it was the original, the first issue of that old movie, the series Moving On.
Yeah.
And before I knew it, I'd laid there watching that for a half hour, and then I realized, oh, crap, I'm supposed to be catching a nap right now, So either way, we got off to a slightly rough start here, and it may bite me in the butt later on here, but so now I'll have to be dwelling on a little payback, I think, for Mr. What day is it here, And I think our election up here in Wisconsin, Ron Johnson, he was right about that. Well, we've known all along the media is, one-sided, and, their narrative is always to the left and such. And our mailboxes, now that the campaigning is over, are looking pretty barren without all the flyers. But that was, 2-3 times a week, there'd be his opponent would have something in there about doing away with Social Security. He wants to abandon Social Security. Well, we've seen them twist the narrative in the past where I'm guessing Ron probably stated at some time we cannot continue with Social Security as it is handled right now. That it'll have to change or it will not survive. I'm just speculating that that's where that comes from, But there's always going to be the media is never going to help our cause at all here. My day yesterday ended on a slightly sour note. Hit the parking lot and logged out and glanced at my phone. Well, here's a message from my mom. That was 20 minutes prior. She wasn't feeling well, and her lips are tingling, and she's going to call for an ambulance. Well, she's 98 years old, so we don't expect almost anything these days. Well, where I'm sitting, I'm halfway between her place and the hospital. Well, I'm wondering what has taken place in this 20 minutes, prior. Well, I called the ambulance service, and they told me, well, there was a rash of calls about that moment, so they had to kind of categorize, and they didn't feel that hers was extreme. Well, in the end, all was well. She had just had a extreme nightmare that she woke up and her heart was racing when the first responders got there, and she had 205 blood pressure. But when the ambulance did finally, make it there, they checked the heart, took a picture of the heart and all, said that was fine, that her blood pressure was down to 70 or so, and so that was a bit of a set me back a little bit to wrap the day up there.
Right.
Heat wave has that so right about the anti-Trump group out there that are absolutely no way, absolutely positive is never going to, swing over to the Trump venue. I can say this for a fact. I'm referring to my mom now. Her sister lives with my cousin. Now, my mom's sister, she's 101. My cousin, she is as Democratic as they come today, her and her husband. And I can't figure this out either. Her husband, he was Steve Gunderson's liaison to Western Wisconsin when Gunderson was a senator in Washington, Republican.
Mm-hmm.
And but what caused them to swing completely across the board is beyond me. But my cousin and my aunt, they were at Mom's place this past Saturday. Now, Mom doesn't remember what she said, but my cousin, she said, went off and basically what I had just said, absolutely, positively, no way is there anything that would ever have her consider voting for Trump or no matter what his cause is. And that very well could be what would lose the next election for him. We've mentioned, DeSantis there. It may take a different, individual in the party to, bring over enough votes, to the right, to gain the White House back. It just, the left's cause, it's just, so ridiculous, but they continue to vote, vote them back in. The exit polls, I saw that clip on the news, re-election day, wherever this poll was being taken, the number 2 issue was the abortion, cause and such in that particular area. So apparently, for as dire straits as our country is in right now, that's irrelevant to some of the left's issues and such. So, but either way, that's kind of what I really had to lay on you here at the moment. Appreciate you taking my call.
All right, thank you for checking in there, Scarecrow. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. And it's 844-844-3388. So somebody going to be wrapping up their night in short order. Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What day is it? What day is it?
Yeah, it ain't hump day.
Yeah. Your phone calls were busy enough last night there. I kept getting busy signal anytime I called, and I was having app problems. I don't know what the deal was. You ride down the road and be playing along, and next thing you know, it pauses, and then you got to dig the tablet back out, open it up, flip it open, turn it on, get the app back up, and push the play button again, and all that. So I don't know what the issue was, but there's.
So it's just that was
we
last
listened to part of the show.
No issues this morning though. So you think it was maybe the cell?
Not yet.
Okay.
I got no idea. Every now and then it gets it in its ideas that it just wants to pause, and then you got to dig it all back out and restart everything again. Kind of like your phone deal there, you got to. I don't know. It just decides what it wants to do when it wants to do it. So anyways, there. How's this $15 an hour deal working out for all these people that needed this $15 an hour minimum wage way back when prices weren't half of what they are now? How's that $15 an hour working out for them? But just asking, and I hate to even bring this up here, but poor Scarecrow there. I'm sorry to him. I didn't mean to throw off his whole sleep schedule, but apparently he needs to be, maintained and controlled by a Democrat, because he doesn't have the ability to be able to know when he should be sleeping and when he should be awake. So I think we need a Democrat to sit in his house there and tell him, it's time to put your phone down and not play with your phone, and go to bed now and get up now and eat now, and because as Hillary says, it takes a village to raise a to take care of everybody. So anyways, there. I don't know. I'm sorry to him that all that happened, but anyways, hopefully he'll be able to get through. Maybe he can get a nap time in this morning there. Maybe a Democrat could call him up and tell him when he should take a nap or something there. But anyways, in this whole bit of, the Democrats pretty much, want to, think that the people need them to tell them what to do and when to do it. Doesn't the abortion issue seem kind of backwards, other than the fact that, it's the Christian pro-life side that's more conservative? But other than that, wouldn't you think that, because the people out there are saying, their body, their choice, we want to do what we want to do, isn't that completely against the Democrat way of doing things? Shouldn't the Democrats be telling people that you need to have the abortion and you need to not have the abortion, and this is how you have? I'm just confused in this situation.
No.
But anyways, I don't know. I probably shouldn't even throw that whole scenario out there or anything. But as I say, it just kind of seems, the way they like to, want to have control of everything. But anyway,
they have to be able to pick and choose. They can pick and choose what issues and what parts of your life they can control.
Okay, all right. Well, don't worry. Everything's going to be great. They're going to give everybody money for everything, and we're all going to be okay, because they're going to take care of us, and everything will be fine and dandy. Don't worry about what's going on there. Don't as you say, don't look behind the curtain there. Everything's fine. So. But I don't know. It's kind of interesting to see what people want, but if you look at the maps, you look at the maps of what the majority of the country wants. Instead of voting by numbers, if they ever voted by counties, counties in the states. Do you ever look at the maps when they do these polls in the election? I mean, the amount of red compared to blue, and I forget what state it was.
Look at Pennsylvania, where Fetterman versus Oz. I mean, Fetterman won. Yeah. They said in Bucks County, you have Philadelphia, Pittsburgh. What was the other? Was it Lancaster? I mean, those were all blue. But the entirety, the rest of the state was red.
Exactly. New York's the same way. You got the New York City region that's blue, and Albany, Syracuse, Rochester, Buffalo, Ithaca. Those counties will be blue, and then it's like, well, if you ever wanted to see what the majority of the land population wants, way they want to be ruled.
It's the land population versus it's the same with the presidential map. When you presidential election night, you have this vast chunk of the country, but you've got the big populous states, which have a much larger number of electoral votes. Your New York, your Illinois, your California, Washington. Those are the states. That's why you can. It's all about those electoral college votes. Yeah, you win the big states. And all those smaller populous states in between, they all get negated. But he brought up the whole abortion rights issue. I said, voters in 5 different states on Tuesday had that issue on the ballot. Give you more on that.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, as much as some people hate to admit it, when the Supreme Court struck down Roe versus Wade, many pro-lifers were celebratory. But we all knew at the time that does not mean abortions are being outlawed. It simply means it's going back to the states to decide individually all about states' rights. And it appears state by state, as the issue comes up for the people to voice how they feel about it. Yeah, obviously Tuesday just kind of reiterated. Remember back in August, I think Kansas was the first state that had a vote on the issue, and the people voted down a measure that would have granted the Kansas legislature the authority to restrict abortion access through the state's constitution. Kansas said no. That was state number one. California, Vermont, and Michigan voters Tuesday all approving ballot measures codifying abortion rights in their state constitutions. Even those in the solid red states of Montana and Kentucky voted down ones that would have restricted access to reproductive care. This appears to demonstrate the strong backing for abortion rights after the Supreme Court struck down Roe versus Wade, right? Polls, they say, also back the notion more than 50% of Americans approve of the right to an abortion. They don't have a solid number listed here, but, the victories for abortion rights activists, they said it was particularly sweet in the red states. The Kentucky ballot measure that was voted on Tuesday would have declared that there is no right to an abortion in the state constitution. Pretty much exactly what the people in Kansas voted on a few months ago. The people have had their say. In Montana, there was a ballot measure. Voters would have approved the Born Alive Infants Protection Act, which declares any fetus or embryo that survives an abortion is a legal person, making it illegal for doctors not to attempt to save the life of the born alive infant. And believe it or not, Montana voters said no. So it was a clean sweep around the country for the 5 states that actually had abortion measures presented to the people on Election Day. All right, Ron DeSantis says we're ready once again. Power outages continue to ramp up. The state has 16,000 linemen staged and ready to go. Once Nicole passes through the state. Earlier this week, DeSantis said, I declared a state of emergency for 34 counties to ensure Floridians had time to get ready. We are prepared to respond to the storm. 16,000 linemen are staged. 600 National Guard have been activated. 7 urban search and rescue teams are on standby. That was the statements on Wednesday morning, right on the heels of his decisive victory there in Florida over Charlie Crist on Tuesday. All right, so there you go. Ready to go as the storm is pushing ashore as we speak in the Sunshine State. All right, we'll get a news break here. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. Russia's military said Wednesday it will withdraw from the only Ukrainian regional capital it captured, Kherson. It would mark one of Russia's worst setbacks in the 8-month-old war. Russia expert George Beebe on why the city is so important.
So if Russia loses Kherson, as it appears that they now have, that really precludes any opportunity the Russians might have to try to advance along the southern Ukrainian coast. And it exposes Crimea as potentially vulnerable to a Ukrainian offensive.
However, Ukrainians are skeptical, with an analyst warning this could be a ruse to lure the country's forces into a deadly trap. Maricopa County, Arizona, the most populous county in the state, says there are an estimated 400,000 to 410,000 remaining balanced account as of Wednesday night. Election workers are tabulating ballots in key states that will determine the balance of power in Congress, as well as more than 36 state houses. Because of differing laws, some states have tallied nearly all their ballots, while others may not finish for several days. Elections officials from coast to coast reported a few problems at the polls on Tuesday, saying that the election went smoothly beyond isolated and mostly minor problems. President Biden had some thoughts on aid to Ukraine at a White House press briefing on Wednesday.
President Biden says he expects aid to Ukraine to continue even if Republicans take control of the House.
I would be surprised if Leader McCarthy even has a majority of his Republican colleagues who say they're not going to fund the legitimate defensive needs of Ukraine.
Current Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said there would be no blank check for Ukraine in its ongoing war with Russia if the GOP wins a majority. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code. The buy one, get one extravaganza going on right now at mypillow.com.
We have the latest for you on the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen in particular on his injury. Josh did not practice on Wednesday. He hurt his right elbow after the Jets' Bryce Huff hit his throwing arm. Bills coach Sean McDermott did not say if Josh has thrown the football since Sunday or if he got a second opinion. It's unclear if the QB will play in Sunday's game against the Vikings. The coach addressed reporters after Wednesday's practice, and here's what he had to say.
What I've got on Josh is he's day-to-day, and the next question will be, is he going to play? And the answer is we'll see. So based on the medical report that we have, Josh is day-to-day.
The Brooklyn Nets named interim head coach Jacques Vaughn as their official head coach on Wednesday. Speaking to the media, general manager Sean Marks said this.
We're looking at the big picture here and having a relationship with him for 7 years, his connection to players, his competitive spirit. A lot of that goes a long way, and we've seen how this team, to be quite frank, has responded to him, lately.
It's fitting that the CMA Awards started with a tribute to Loretta Lynn. Carrie Underwood, Miranda Lambert, and Reba McEntire took turns honoring the late country superstar. Reba took the stage last and blew the roof off of the joint in the Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. The show aired on ABC and will be streaming on Hulu starting Thursday. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in back taxes? Are you being audited or investigated? Has the IRS sent you a letter demanding payment? You may not owe what they claim. Make this free call to the tax doctor now. Let them negotiate with the IRS on your behalf. Call 800-631-9123. 800-631-9123. That's 800-631-9123.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Undoubtedly not a fun night to be trying to move freight in the Sunshine State. They're rocking and rolling there in the winds. Yeah, see some of the wind numbers we've recorded thus far. .62-mile-an-hours recorded at the Weather Stem Station near Stewart Beach, Florida. Now, winds were sustained at 47 miles per hour, according to a midnight update. That's 2 hours ago from the National Hurricane Center. Sebastian Inlet, Florida. Gusts up to 66 miles per hour. Cape Canaveral, 66, top gusts so far. Melbourne, 62, 61 in Daytona Beach. As the power outages continue to climb. Let's see, just before 2 a.m. here, a few minutes ago, more than 38,000 without power, according to poweroutage.us. Concentrated along the south central coast from Brevard to Palm Beach County. Palm Beach County had about 8,000 customers without power with that last update. All right, the models continue to depict it. It's going to come on ashore as it's doing as we speak, continue northwesterly crossing the state. And actually, the center of circulation probably going to jump out over the Gulf of Mexico there up toward the Big Bend area, then crossing back in right across the Big Bend area into southern Georgia, southeastern Georgia, and then kind of making its progression right up the eastern seaboard over the weekend here, the coming days, several days worth. Actually, it's going to be moving pretty quick. All right, coming up, we'll take a look out west. Yeah, blizzard conditions. Haven't even touched on that this morning. Not a good night to be rolling in wintry weather in parts of the west. After dumping feet of snow, the higher elevations in California. Indeed, we do have blizzard warnings now in place across portions of the northern plains. Yeah, we saw periods of snow persisting through the day. Wednesday, portions of Utah, Idaho, up into Montana. Yeah, the storm emerging in the front range of the Rockies this past evening and is in the process of intensifying as we speak. Yeah, this is going to be the first major snowstorm of the season for the northern plains. Fargo, Bismarck, North Dakota, Rapid City, South Dakota, all in that zone to experience blizzard conditions as winds whip across the region Thursday night into Friday, blowing and drifting snow. As I said, we do have blizzard warnings in place for a number of counties in the Dakotas right now. Yeah, so travel will ultimately become nearly impossible along portions of I-29, 90, and 94. Winds gusting maybe in excess of 50 miles per hour at times. Snowfall, 6 to 12 inches across portions of the Colorado Rockies and northern Wyoming, all the way up into northern Minnesota. There's going to be a zone of 12 to 18-inch snowfall from western South Dakota into northwestern Minnesota. The heaviest accumulations in that zone will maybe even approach 3 feet of snow, 36 inches. Yeah, that's not going to bode well for travel in the region. And then, of course, the cold air, wind chills are going to feel below zero by the time we get into Friday morning for portions of eastern Montana through the Dakotas. So there you go. We'll have more on that coming up. Our number, 844-844-3388. How about that? Dead man wins an election in Pennsylvania. Yes, voters reelected a state representative on Tuesday, a guy that died last month, Anthony, a.k.a. Tony DeLuca, died of lymphoma on October the 9th. He was 85 years old, but at that point they said it was too late to change the ballots, so he remained the Democrat nominee for Pennsylvania's 32nd legislative district. Ended up winning with more than 85% of the vote. Now, this is what they call a deep blue district that he represented from 1983 until he passed away last month as the longest-serving member of the Pennsylvania State House. Yeah, his district covers the East Pittsburgh suburbs of Penn Hills and Verona, parts of Plum and Oakmont, there was no Republican challenger. His only opponent apparently was a Green Party candidate who picked up just 14% of the vote. I guess the idea is voters did not want the Green Party candidate, so you vote for the dead guy, which means they will now have to have a special election to fill that seat. According to Allegheny County's Elections Division, they haven't chosen the date of the election yet. It's not the first. Dead men have won elections before, including brothel owner Dennis Huff, who won a Nevada state Senate seat in 2018. I guess the most famous was the Democrat Mel Carnahan, who defeated incumbent Republican Josh Ashcraft back in the year 2000 to win that U.S. Senate seat representing Missouri, even though Carnahan had died 3 weeks prior to the election in a plane crash. I do remember covering that one back at the time. Very interesting. Let's see. Eagle, you hanging in there this morning, Eagle?
Okay, yeah. How you doing?
Doing all right. He's got to pick up the phone. Yeah, go ahead, Eagle. We got you. Pick up the phone.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me now?
There you are.
Okay. Yeah, I have a little bit of phone problems, but I'm ready now. Yeah, Steve, listen, man. I looked at the situation. I was watching some of the news yesterday, and I don't know if you know it or not, but like I say, they even said it on some of the TV programs. Yeah, remember on Monday, I think it was, I asked you a question. I asked you, what person in their right mind would vote for a Democrat right now? And you know what, Steve? You know what I found out?
A whole bunch of them.
This all relates.
A whole bunch of them.
This all go. Yeah, a whole bunch of idiots, especially the one up there in Pennsylvania, Steve. That guy there, he has no business going to Washington D.C. in the Senate. This Fetterman guy. This guy here is not qualified for the position, and you can't tell me. And I don't care. I don't live in Pennsylvania. You can't tell me that they can't find a better man than that to go into the Senate in Pennsylvania. This guy here does not need to go for that job. But you know what I was saying, though, Steve, about these idiots that vote. You know who these people are and what they were determined down in Texas. I don't know if it happened like this all over the U.S., but a lot of these people that are voting for these Democrats, Steve, are these young people. These people 18 to 25, that age group. These losers, like one guy said, these people are lazy. They've had everything handed to them. They don't want to work. They want everything free. Joe Biden promised he gonna give them free college education. He gonna give them free welfare. He gonna give them, feed them, clothe them, and take care of them. Joe Biden is not gonna do any of these things, Steve. He said he made that promise 2 years ago when he got in the White House to these losers, and he still hasn't done what he said. He's helped a few of them, but not many. And this is what these people see, Steve. These young people, they don't want to work for nothing. They're looking for a handout, and that's the easy. That's the biggest. There's a sucker born every minute, Steve. That's the easiest thing for Joe Biden and his people to do, is to make promises that they're not going to keep. And these young people, 18 to 25, they think that they're going to. Nobody. We've already talked about this years ago, Steve. Nobody's going to college for free. Somebody's going to pay for that college education along the way. And the sooner these losers figure that out, the better. But they continue to call themselves Democrats. Plus another thing, you know, we've been over this before, Steve. These kids are being brainwashed in college by these professors. They're telling these people not to go with Trump. That Trump is not a good person. Trump this, Trump that, and they hit with this 24 hours a day in these college campuses. And these are, it's not the older people, Steve, because people out there working like me and you, we have to work for our money. Nobody gives us a handout. So you appreciate a man that tries to help you keep money in your pocket instead of the money going to Washington, D.C. This is why they don't like Donald Trump. And this is the reason why these losers support somebody like these Democrats that won across the nation, which is unbelievable at this point. It's hard to believe that people are this ignorant, Steve. But, you know, something else that I determined, though, Steve, and I'm very. I told you this last night. I've been supporting Donald Trump. I supported the man for a long time. I'm very disappointed in the behavior of Donald Trump, in the last 24 hours. Like I said, I don't know what the beef is with this guy, him and the governor of Florida, but it's just totally unnecessary. These two individuals need to be working together. There shouldn't be no jealousy or animosity between the two. And, for Donald Trump to issue a threat like he did, Steve, is just totally uncalled for, saying that if the governor doesn't doesn't get out of consideration for the president, that Trump claims that he has some evidence against this guy, some very bad information that DeSantis doesn't want to come out. Trump doesn't need to be talking like we need to be working together as a team, Steve. The USA, we're trying to get back in the White House, get a Republican in, whether it be Trump or this guy. But even if they have animosity, they shouldn't bring it out in the public. This is embarrassing. Now, the Democrats are sitting back looking at this, and Trump and that guy, they need to figure out a way to come together and try to help each other, whichever one wants to get in the White House. Both of them need to be working. We don't need these two guys to be fighting. They both live in the state of Florida, and they both want the same thing. So it's time for these guys to sit down at the table and get their problems together and try to make this thing happen. Because if we don't, Steve, these two guys here are our last hope to save America at this point. And to be honest with you, Steve, I don't even know if it's possible for that, because we got too many turncoats. We got too many people out there that are still voting the Democrats. I said days before the election, I really was hoping there was going to be a red wave. I thought the American people had seen enough. I'm looking at a billboard right now, Steve, at the truck stop I'm at. $5.50 a gallon for diesel fuel, over $3 a gallon for regular unleaded. You would have thought that people would be looking at the same sign I'm looking at, and they would want to make a change and get somebody else in the White House that would make that price go down. But apparently these people don't see it that way. So I guess they like paying high gas prices. At least that's what it looks like, and they really ought to be ashamed of themselves. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Yeah, a little disappointment there. About 18 past the hour. And it's 844-3388. Who we got on the line? I'm not seeing a name. Who is it?
Hey, it's Grump.
Grump. Wow. Long time no talk.
Thought I'd moved out of town, didn't you, buddy?
I wondered where the heck you been.
I've been listening a lot. I got my Facebook thing hacked and they deleted it. We had a little fight about that. Me and Facebook went back and forth on their email thing that you got on your deal there. But anyway, we went back and forth over that a little bit, and I kind of pissed me off. I told them if they spent more money, taking care of hackers instead of trying to regulate free speech, they would.
No, boy.
Wouldn't have these issues.
They didn't like that.
Within 45 seconds, they deleted my account. Just boom, it was gone. No, it wasn't even on there. I got a little message that said I needed to restart an account if I wanted to get back on Facebook. So whatever. So I did, but it still pissed me off. But anyway, yeah, it was quite the race, wasn't it? I got to agree with Eagle on this. I listened to several comments that Donald Trump has made, and I've always been a supporter of his policies. I have never been a supporter of his mouth or his rhetoric. I think so much of Donald Trump is lost in the little childish crap that he pulls. And why he does that, I have absolutely no idea. He drives a wedge between the Republican Party, and this is not the time to do that.
Yeah, and the comment do you catch the news breaks? I think they're at the top of the hour where they played the clip of I guess just yesterday said, if someone that I endorsed wins, I should get total credit. If they lost, I shouldn't get any of the blame whatsoever. I mean, you can't have it both ways. What's he mean?
Yeah, he's, I think he was trying to be a little bit sarcastic about that, but, you never know with Donald.
Yeah.
Because he is such a damn narcissist that he just believes, he gets it in his head that when he speaks, the world needs to stop and listen. And I was listening to some of his, one of the things that kind of burnt me up, Steve, number one, was he went in and talked, he was just supported Oz. He endorsed Oz.
Mm-hmm.
Oz wasn't going to win. I mean, he might have got close, but I didn't think for a second that Oz was going to win, because so many of the people in Pennsylvania, and I'm in and out of Pennsylvania every week. I stay at a hotel out there, and we sit around the bar and we have a chat. I'm good friends with the owner and stuff, and he brought it up. He said, Oz, to everybody around here, he said, we're going to hold our nose and probably vote for him, or people are not going to vote at all for that block, for one reason, because Oz is not from Pennsylvania. He just shows up in time to grab that seat, just like Hillary Clinton did in New York. They moved to New York so she could run for senator. Just like Mitt Romney did, he moved back to Utah when he was a resident of Massachusetts, just so he could run for senator. And this is what Oz did. So, these carpetbaggers that are moving in and regardless of their message, it still sends a different message to the citizens there that's been there their entire life. Why are you coming back to this state or coming in this state and thinking you're going to fix everything? Because it's an open seat. That's why. And it just kind of, resonated there. But I listened to Trump's speech, and then I went back on a couple of his campaign speeches for 2020. He's sitting there reading right off the same damn thing that he had for 2020. There's very little difference. He mentions the individual, because he's there, but he acts more like he's campaigning for himself than he is anybody else. And I think one of the things that really pissed him off about DeSantis, number one, especially when he called him Governor
DeSanctimonious.
DeSanctimonious.
Yep.
I thought that's kind of stupid. Why would you do that? Before the freaking election. Why would you want to do something like that to kind of derail the election? Well, it didn't. It DeSantis rolled over everything. I mean, that was a massive win there. We hadn't seen a win like that, since 1984 when Ronald Reagan took 49 states in the Electoral College. He swept it, 49 states. The only one he didn't get was Minnesota. And then you jump ahead to Newt Gingrich when he became the Speaker of the House. He became the Speaker of the House, and while they were running in that midterm, and this was in 1994 in the 104th Congress, while they were running in that, they come up with a contract for America. It resonated with people, just average citizens. They took 54 seats, right there, and that was the first time the Republicans had taken over the House since 1954. Do you believe that?
Wow.
I mean, it took that long to snap people back to reality, because the Republicans had always, and they're doing it now. They've always been the people that just steps back. When somebody calls them a dirty name or something, the Democrats want to pick a fight with them. They always got this idea, well, I got to take the high road. They don't go on any of the tough shows anymore. They don't go on CNN. They don't go on MSNBC. And I don't call them tough shows I call them tough shows because they're going against the opposition as soon as they walk through the freaking door. That's just the way it is. They're going to sit down at a table in CNN, and they're going to sit there and be grilled on everything under the sun that does not apply to the way they're going to govern. And the Republicans will sit there and they want to beat that stuff down. So they don't go on these shows. They need to. They need to go in there and walk down and sit down on their butt right off the bat and say, first of all, let's get something straight. There's not one damn Republican that's wanting to do away with Social Security. So let's stop that lie right now before it ever starts. And we spend a ton of money, $930 billion we spend every year on Social Security. And they, by 1934, 2034, they claim it's going to be insolvent. Well, yeah, because the Democrats has added 5 different things to the Social Security roll. SSI payments, supplemental security, all this other stuff, survivor benefits, and everything that comes off of the Social Security rolls. So it just keeps on and on and on and on. But when you break it down, Social Security was down $76 billion, but the one thing they did have, when they look at it, they lost $76 billion worth of people that's contributing to it, but they had an increase of $102 billion. It's going to run out of money. But what blows my mind, Steve, is just the simple fact that we're paying $121 billion a year right now on the damn national debt. It just on interest payments. And it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And when you look at, every day, every month there, it's almost like clockwork. We're forking over money going to Ukraine. Right now we've done about $16 billion just in assistance. That doesn't include military aid. So how much, when you look at it, plus the child income tax credit that they Tom, Dick, and damn Harry, including about 16% of that goes to illegal aliens that work, that files taxes, under somebody else's Social Security number or as a worker. They about 16% of it, but that's $500 million that comes back out of the government going in people's pockets, or $500 billion every damn year. And the Republicans don't say a freaking word about it. That's what gets me, is they sit there on their butt and we've got a plan for this. I listened to McCarthy and I wanted to reach to the phone and smack that idiot. He sat there, we have a plan for this. We have a plan for that. Well, what the hell is it? You just can't step up there and talk to these people and say, we have a plan. When you got Democrats that are saying, no, they don't. They got a plan. They're doing away with Social Security. They didn't defend themselves. They sat there and they talked about the border, all the illegals pouring across the border. Well, when you got one channel that's showing that and the rest of them are not. They're not going to step there and step up and say, right now, all the illegals that are coming across the border and everything, it's costing American taxpayers about $306 billion a year just to house, feed, and clothe people that doesn't have a damn nickel to their name that's pouring across the border. They don't sit there and say that. Why is Social Security going to be insolvent? In 2034, because we're paying out $306 billion a year to people that we shouldn't be paying out a damn nickel to. And it's we can always find money in the budget. We can always find money in wars. We can always find money here and there and everything.
Yeah, well, hold that thought, because we're up to 29 past the hour. That means news break time. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Baruso reporting. Fox News is reporting that former President Trump was furious Wednesday over the disappointing showing by Republicans nationally and blames people in particular who advised him to back Mehmet Oz in the Pennsylvania Senate race, including the former First Lady, Melania Trump. Oz went down to defeat the Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman in the state's closely watched Senate contest, a bruising loss for Republicans trying to win back a Senate majority. Fetterman's win allowed Democrats to pick up a seat previously held by Senator Pat Toomey. A new survey shows a large percentage of young Americans are struggling with mental health issues. The survey by Harmony Healthcare IT found 42% of Generation Z adults started dealing with mental health conditions soon after the pandemic started in 2020. And Elon Musk is selling 20 million shares of Tesla. The shares are valued at about $4 billion. This is USA Radio News.
If you owe the IRS $10,000 or more in taxes, please listen to this important message. The IRS is aggressively hiring and quickly ramping up their tax collection team. Act now and protect yourself with a call to Tax Alliance. Don't let the money you owe the IRS keep you up at night and ruin your life. You may be surprised at how much having Tax Alliance on your side can protect you from the IRS collections and help you save thousands on what you owe. Here's what a customer had to say.
Tax Alliance did an amazing job helping me through a quite difficult situation, saving me tens and thousands of dollars that I would have been paying for many years to come.
Tax Alliance is rated A+ with a Better Business Bureau with no consumer complaints. If you owe the IRS at least $10,000 or more in back taxes, have unfiled returns, or have a payment plan and are still frustrated, call Tax Alliance now for a free consultation. 800-987-1097. 800-987-1097. That's 800-987-1097.
Tax Alliance, your tax resolution solution.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, got what they call the short-term energy outlook from the Energy Information Administration yesterday. Yeah, they're talking about the inventories and pretty much letting us know prices are going to remain high, especially for your diesel through early next year. In other words, diesel prices above $5 per gallon national average. For the rest of this year, inventories finished the month of October at the lowest levels since October of 1951. Wow. They've got a table illustrating the change in forecasting the annual average diesel price since last year. All right, so the distillate fuel that we have in storage, your diesel, your home heating oil, it's not the only source of diesel we have to keep the trucks and the trains moving, but lower than average storage levels will contribute to higher costs for heating fuel through the upcoming winter as well. Also, the EIA anticipates import bans will be a bigger factor than even the OPEC decision to cut production. Russia is facing significant expanding sanctions due to the invasion of Ukraine. We expect those sanctions will have far more impact on Russia's energy production even than the OPEC production cuts. Now, we expect that OPEC crude oil production will drop in November and December, but will average 28.9 million barrels a day in 2023. That number would be an increase of 300,000 barrels per day from this year. However, growth of non-OPEC oil production keeps the Brent crude price lower in 23 versus this year, according to their outlook. Anyway, their prediction for the price per barrel will be they're predicting about the 95 per barrel range, $95 per barrel through next year. So we're not going to see a whole lot of relief at the pump anytime soon, according to the Energy Information Administration. Let me get back and finish up with Grump here.
Yeah, I was listening to your news thing there, and it said Trump was pissed off at Melania because he was roped into
supporting Oz. Yeah.
Yeah, what the funny thing is that David McCormick, Oz beat him by 1,500 votes. They kind of thought that a lot of the votes that Oz got come from the Democrats, just because he couldn't win. I mean, when you paint things into a corner like that, of course the conservative vote's going to come out, and they're going to, it's going to be close. I mean, that's going to be the way it is. But I think if David McCormick had been the nominee for the senator, there, he would have cleaned Fetterman's clock.
Wow.
I mean, just the way it was. He was a policy man. I mean, he come out of the government. He knew foreign affairs and things. Oz didn't. The only thing Oz knew is, a little bit, what he's learned. I mean, he's never been in any kind of position like that. And Fetterman couldn't find his ass in both hands. He's that guy is as close to a zombie as I've ever seen in my life. I'm not knocking him because he had a stroke. I'm just knocking him because he's a freaking idiot. And became a lieutenant governor. Who in the hell struts around in a hoodie and, then held a guy with a shotgun that didn't do a damn thing, I'm sorry, that bastard, he'd had to shoot me. I don't know. It's just the way it is, I guess. But, yeah, you on here, Jim?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, Monkey
Gouger on here too there, Steve.
Good morning, Steve. Look, I want to add a little bit of deal to this Dr. Oz deal. I talked to a buddy of mine that lives up in Barkeyville, Pennsylvania today, and I was giving him a ration over what happened up there in Pennsylvania, and he said, "Boy, let me tell you something." Said, "Have you looked into this Dr. Oz dude?" I said, "No, I don't know nothing about that dude." Said he's a quack on TV. He said, "Well, you need to do some reading up on Dr. Oz." I said, "Oh, really?" He said, "Yeah." He said he's a dual citizenship. Said he's from Turkey. His mama is a Muslim. And you think a red, white, and blue beer-drinking redneck from Pennsylvania was going to vote for that idiot? You crazy as hell. And I said, "You voted for a Democrat." He said, I flipped the coin and voted for the left of the two evils. He said, "Ain't no way we was going to let Dr. Oz get in office."
Wow.
Now, that's coming directly from a fellow that's right up there at Ground Zero. And I know this guy for over 30 years, and I know he is a hardcore Republican. And he said that it just wasn't going to happen, Bo. He said, "I'm telling you," he said, "that guy," he said, "we wasn't going to have that in Pennsylvania." And I said, "Well, y'all got a damn start-rated lunatic up there now." And he said, "Well," he said, "that's just the way it is." And he said, that's the lowdown on it. But, Steve, I believe, old Donald Trump has flipped his gourd. I mean, he went off on Hannity. He went off on everybody today. I mean, just went ballistic. And the thing I don't understand is he needs to just stay on the sidelines. He don't need to run his mouth no more. He don't need to get in politics. He done got his ass handed to him one time. Got it handed to him kind of handily last night. And, I mean, the thing about it is he just needs to go away for a little while. Let things cool down. I mean, a lot of this Democratic deal that happened last night was backlash of Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you get to talking to people, and I've talked to a bunch of them today, that, you know, were saying, hey, look, he was a great president. There's no doubt about it. His policies, he put this country back on track. But to his damn mouth, we've had enough of it. And, I mean, that's coming from people that are pretty hardcore Republicans. And, I mean, you know, like Gary said, me and Gary's had bumped heads over Donald Trump a couple of times. I mean, we've had some heated discussions over him. But, I mean, I kind of see what they're talking about.
Well, you've listened to my program. I've said a dozen times in the last 6 or 8 months that, yeah, I've been an ardent supporter of Trump. I thought he was great with the policies, the track he had the country on. But I'm not ready for 4 more years of the proverbial shish kebab that would be coming our way if he were to actually be elected again. I'm thinking a lot of people they say we're ready for maybe some new blood, you know. I mean, if the choice was there and I had to choose between Trump versus Biden or Trump versus Hillary, obviously I'm going to vote for him, but I don't know that it's going to be the best thing for the country.
Well, Steve, you hit the nail right on the head. That's what all the people were saying. I mean, everybody I talked to, I mean, you know, and me and David had conversations about it. And she said, Jimmy, we need somebody that's going to bring this country together. And all he did is run that mouth. You hit me, I'm going to hit you back. I'm going to get you back. You know, he got people hired to take care of his dirty work when he was up there and didn't do it. Like me and Gary had that conversation a bunch about, you know, why don't he let the people that he got up under him take the hits, and he just tells them what he wants to be said and go on by the business. But, you know, that's that. I mean, I was hardcore Donald Trump from day one when he made his announcement and everything, and the whole 4 years he was up there. But, you know, Steve, when you go back and look at it, part of this damn COVID-19 was because he hired the wrong people and didn't react fast enough to get them out of the way. We were responsible for Dr. Fufu fiasco, that Dr. Scarf fiasco, you know. And then when he running for election the second time, he said, well, I'll get back up there. I'll get rid of him. Well, why the hell didn't you get rid of him back a year before the election ever come around, idiot? I mean, you know, there's some things that he done I didn't agree with. And, I mean, this stuff is trying to pick a fight with Ron DeSantis now. It's going to burn him in his butt good.
Yeah.
And it's going to get him good. But
he's turning into the third rail of politics right now. I mean, he's already dividing the Republican Party, or trying to. You know, back to trying to find his supporters that he had back in the day, you know, back whenever he first started, and what he's got now. I mean, you know, I was fed up with him right off the bat, and Jimmy knows it. I mean, we had some heated conversations, you know, when he started the little Marco and the Lion Ted and all that. I'm like, why are you doing this? Be respectful to the people. Maybe they'll all get together. You know, maybe they'll get on the same page. And you know, it just didn't happen. I don't know why he does it. He's you know, acts like a CEO, and he's, you know, gets to talk down to everybody else because he's the big man. But, you know, I'd tell him to kiss my ass in a second. You know, I don't give a rat's ass how much money he's got. But, you know, especially after he cussed, you know, Melania. You know, he was mad at her because she said, you know, she wanted to put her, you know, 2 cents behind Dr. Oz. I guess, I don't know. I don't know why, but, you know, McCormick was always the better choice. You know, he only lost by just a little over 800 votes on the primary. And, you know, they did, if they would have continued with the recount past noon on the primary day, you know, when the judge allowed them that recount, I don't think Oz would have survived it. But, you know, they seem to believe that a lot of the, you know, backing that Oz got was come from a bunch of Democrats that voted in the primary. And, you know, because they knew if McCormick was to step into the ring, you know, with Fetterman, you know, he would just clean the clock. He'd just wipe the floor with him. I mean, that's, you know, on foreign policy and on everything. But, hey, that's, you know, It's water under the bridge now, buddy.
But, you know, Steve, something else that got me out of this whole thing was when you go back and look at it, and you get to thinking about it, he was the one that gave the drug companies the free pass. Oh, you invent this vaccine and you can't be sued and blah, 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 right on down the road, you know? I mean, he screwed this thing up wrong. And the other thing is that was brought up tonight, I want to throw my 2 cents worth in on Social Security. I want to know why people getting Social Security never paid a dime into it. And every one of them thieving jackasses up there in Washington that had a hand in robbing it should be locked up for distrust of the American people. They stole our money. They bank robbed us. That's our money we worked for to have up there. So we need to bring suit against every damn one of them, Republican, Democrat, whatever, lock all their asses up for antitrust for stealing our money. I mean, that's the way I look at it. I mean, that's just the way it is. And I mean, it started back in the 60s.
When you look at Social Security, the only time it's ever mentioned by either party is during election time.
Right.
That's the only time. One says that the other one's going to steal it, and the other one says no, we're not. And they only say that to, a few people. They've all dwindled this now. I mean, like I said, they've allowed so many people to get involved in the Social Security. So many different programs now are spun off of Social Security and paid out of that trust fund. Well, hell yeah, it's going to go broke. It can't hold up to the lazies that are getting involved in it through supplemental and through, SSI disability that, they don't qualify for regular disability. But they're on short term and can't work. So let's pay them out of the Social Security trust fund, I got disability insurance. I mean, hell, shouldn't that make a little bit more sense? I mean, instead of paying it out of what seniors is depending on. But Republicans are just as guilty, as the Democrats. They're guilty for a couple of reasons. Number one, they don't defend Social Security. They never have. They come off with this privatizing Social Security. Well, when we look at the Galveston plan, with so many people in Galveston, when they opted out of Social Security and they went with the Galveston plan, how are they doing now? They're doing damn well because they invested their money. And that's something we're not allowed to do. It's just, I don't know. We don't have a say in where our money goes, for Social Security. But, and another thing that got me was the fact that they didn't talk one damn bit, Steve, the Republicans didn't, about this, the latest gimmick of Joe Biden on this rescue plan and everything, Build Back Better and all that crap. Yeah. Have you actually looked at that plan? It's saving. It has a headline in one of the 76 pages of it that says "Saving the Environment." I was like, you got to be kidding me! It's $6.8 trillion of craziness. I guess you got off here.
That's the whole infrastructure. What not the infrastructure, but the Inflation Reduction Act, right? That's which has nothing to do with reducing inflation. If you spend another nearly $1 trillion that you don't have, you're putting the country further in debt and pushing inflation pressure higher. That's why inflation is at a 40-year high. Granted, we didn't know what was coming our way with the arrival of COVID, and so they were throwing trillions of dollars initially at it, but then it just continued on and on. And now we're all paying the price. But, hey, thank you much. Gentlemen, I got to get a quick timeout. We'll return in 2.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Very interesting. So I get it. I get what Gouger and Grump were saying there. And I've been saying it. It's not that I'm not going to become an anti-Trumper. Yet, if I say that I don't think it'd be best for the country for him to run again, that doesn't mean I'm an anti-Trumper. I think it means I'm just more of a realist. You did some great things. You did a great thing for the country 4 years. It's just based on the political climate. I don't think the country's not going to unite around the man if he were to be elected again. It'd be 4 more years of the same, as I said, shish kebab we dealt with when he was president. That's not a good thing in my eyes. Is that sentiment suddenly really going to resonate around the country? The red wave never really came to fruition. As we're hearing in the news break, he's pretty furious about the outcome of some of his endorsed candidates. Now I say I'm not familiar with this guy. Some billionaire hedge fund CEO, Ken Griffin. Ever heard of him? Supposedly he's like one of the top Republican donors. And he pretty much said the same thing yesterday. Trump, you've done great things, but it's time for the next generation, as he put it. He's more excited about maybe now a pathway to the Oval Office for Ron DeSantis. Ken Griffin, the billionaire hedge fund CEO who flooded Republican campaigns with nearly $60 million here in the midterms, tells the Politico he would back DeSantis if he makes a run for the presidency. He has a tremendous record as governor of Florida. Our country would be well served by him as a president. Griffin said the former president's time, a.k.a. Trump, should be over. He did a lot of things really well. He did miss the mark on some important issues, and for a number of reasons, I think it's time for the next generation. He's already putting his money where his mouth is, spending $5 million to become the top contributor to DeSantis' reelection campaign, which obviously he won by nearly 20 points. The only financial support that he offered for Trump was a $100,000 donation to his inaugural committee, according to Politico. Now, he did actually highlight a few ways that he's not happy with DeSantis. He said the governor's feud with Disney World kind of runs against his aim to heal relations between corporate America and the Republican Party, which he says are already strained by Trump-style populism. And he publicly disagreed with the governor flying the Venezuelan migrants from Texas to Martha's Vineyard. But for him, those concerns still have yet to outweigh the positives, he says, Would I support him? Yeah, the bigger question is he going to run? That bridge has to be crossed first. So, a guy by the name of Griffin. It is 844-3388. All right, got about a minute before news break here. I guess we finally got the word. Someone mentioned it last evening. I hadn't yet seen it. Yeah, who was the guilty party? Who screwed things up for the Powerball Monday? Minnesota, the Minnesota lottery. That was the lottery that screwed things up for 10 hours Monday for the $2 billion jackpot. Apparently, sales verification problems reportedly arose after unprecedented lottery interest. They said the delay was necessary to confirm the Powerball drawing would be conducted securely and accurately, according to officials. At no time was the integrity of the process compromised, they said. Of course, supposed to have been held right there like 11 o'clock Eastern time Monday night. They didn't pull the numbers till 9 o'clock in the morning Tuesday, which ultimately a single California ticket that matched all 6 numbers. All right. The largest in Powerball history, the largest in U.S. history. All right, we'll get to, by the way, there was a Powerball drawing this past evening, right? The Wednesday night drawing. You know, it was only a measly $20 million, and yeah, nobody cares, right? $20 million. All right, back after this, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Marusa reporting. Russia's military said Wednesday it will withdraw from the only Ukrainian regional capital it captured, Kherson. It would mark one of Russia's worst setbacks in the 8-month-old war. Russia expert George Beebe on why the city is so important.
So if Russia loses Kherson, as it appears that they now have, that really precludes any opportunity the Russians might have to try to advance along the southern Ukrainian coast. And it exposes Crimea as potentially vulnerable to a Ukrainian offensive.
However, Ukrainians are skeptical, with an analyst warning this could be a ruse to lure the country's forces into a deadly trap. Maricopa County, Arizona, the most populous county in the state, says there are an estimated 400,000 to 410,000 remaining balanced account as of Wednesday night. Election workers are tabulating ballots in key states that will determine the balance of power in Congress, as well as more than 36 state houses. Because of differing laws, some states have tallied nearly all their ballots, while others may not finish for several days. Elections officials from coast to coast reported a few problems at the polls on Tuesday, saying that the election went smoothly beyond isolated and mostly minor problems. President Biden had some thoughts on aid to Ukraine at a White House press briefing on Wednesday.
President Biden says he expects aid to Ukraine to continue even if Republicans take control of the House.
I would be surprised if Leader McCarthy even has a majority of his Republican colleagues who say they're not going to fund the legitimate defensive needs of Ukraine.
Current Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy said there would be no blank check for Ukraine in its ongoing war with Russia if the GOP wins a majority. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
This is USA Radio News.
Mike Lindell and MyPillow offering the BOGO extravaganza right now on a whole slew of MyPillow products. Now you can find all sorts of great deals on MyPillow bed sheets, Giza Elegance MyPillow, 6-piece towel sets, Roll and Go Anywhere pillows, much more, all priced buy one, get one free. Go to mypillow.com/USA, use promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and find you some great MyPillow products. They're all available. Oh, by the way, you can also get Mike's book absolutely free with any purchase, but you have to go to mypillow.com/USA or call 1-800-951-8175 and make sure you use the promo code, the buy one, get one extravaganza, going on right now at mypillow.com.
We have the latest for you on the Buffalo Bills and Josh Allen in particular on his injury. Josh did not practice on Wednesday. He hurt his right elbow after the Jets' Bryce Huff hit his throwing arm. Bills coach Sean McDermott did not say if Josh has thrown the football since Sunday or if he got a second opinion. It's unclear if the QB will play in Sunday's game against the Vikings. The coach addressed reporters after Wednesday's practice, and here's what he had to say.
What I've got on Josh is he's day-to-day, and the next question will be, is he going to play? And the answer is, we'll see. So based on the medical report that we have, Josh is day-to-day.
The Brooklyn Nets named interim head coach Jacques Vaughn as their official head coach on Wednesday. Speaking to the media, general manager Sean Marks said this.
We're looking at the big picture here, and having a relationship with him for 7 years, his connection to players, his competitive spirit, a lot of that goes a long way, and we've seen how this team, to be quite frank, has responded to him, lately.
It's fitting that the CMA Awards started with a tribute to Loretta Lynn. Carrie Underwood, Miranda Lambert, and Reba McEntire took turns honoring the late country superstar. Reba took the stage last and blew the roof off of the joint in the Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. The show aired on ABC and will be streaming on Hulu starting Thursday. For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF DPF regions. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regions.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
There you go. All right, we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Thursday. Those in the Pacific time zone. All right, Ian, landfall. I'm sorry, Ian, that's the old one. Nicole, landfall imminent. Power outages. Now in excess of 40,000 and climbing. Air travel, what a mess. Hurricane Nicole severely hindering travel, not just in Florida, but around the entire country, starting yesterday. According to FlightAware, that tracks flight cancellations and delays. Yeah, nearly 1,200 canceled flights within, into, or out of the U.S. Wednesday. Orlando International with the most cancellations as both an origin airport, 442 flights canceled, and a destination airport of another 408 canceled. Tampa and Jacksonville International also had to cancel 38 and 35 origin flights, respectively. Now you have the ripple effect all over the country. Airline disruptions, things are kind of a mess. All right, with the landfall of Nicole at hand as a Category 1 storm, impacts being felt along the Florida coastline in Melbourne Beach. High tide has already washed away part of a pier there. Reed Timmer with AccuWeather and the storm-chasing partner Vince Welty set up a storm surge probe. They said the high tide problems continue for Florida beaches with strong onshore flow going strong into the early Thursday morning hours. Melbourne Beach, of course, dealing with the northern eye wall of the storm this morning. Vicious winds whipping up the rainfall there in Melbourne, Florida. And tell you what, we'll get right back to the calls here. Jolly Green been hanging in there. Morning, Jolly Green. What's happening?
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I agree with that guy named Griffin. I agree with him 100%. I don't think Sex Maniac will not agree with what I'm going to say right now concerning Trump, because he wears Trump underwear, T-shirts, hats, shirts, you name it, he wears it. He's definitely a Trump supporter and should be on Trump's cabinet. But I do agree with Mr. Griffin. I don't think that he is the answer to Americans' problems, and I believe we need new blood in there, and I definitely believe that Ron DeSantis is the man. I agree 100% that man right down there in Florida is a good politician, and I think that's what we need in office. Otherwise, we're going to have the same problems we had before. Yeah. We're going to have the Democratic Party coming up with all kinds of schemes to get rid of that guy, you know? So I think that we definitely need to consider a different direction. So also, Eagle was asking a question of who voted, for these Democrats. Who's voting for Democrats? And he kind of answered this question, and it's these young people that are brainwashed, and they want to sit on their lazy butts, and they want handouts. 100% correct. That's exactly what's going on. They want everything handed to them, whereas people like us, the hard-working conservatives, everything that we have got is because we have worked hard for what we've got. And I'll be honest with you, I don't understand is how can California, people that live in California continue on voting for Democrats. And it keeps coming back to it. They evidently must like the high gasoline prices, the high grocery prices, and all the problems they're dealing with. That's exactly right, Also, I want to talk about the border issue, and talking about the southern border, of why all these illegal aliens are coming in here, how they're getting in. When my wife and I was in Niagara Falls, they were so picky on the border. If your paperwork was not in order, I watched cars turning around and going right back into the United States. So they were picky on what paperwork you had. You had to have a passport, and you had to have the right paperwork, or otherwise they would turn you back around and tell you to go back into your country. So, and I actually seen it with my own eyes, So there you go. Also, Jolly Green just came up with a problem. I got a letter from our propane company. All right. I've already paid them $144 already this year for rental on their propane tanks. They just sent us another bill for $144. That's $288. Now, last year, we stand there and we paid $900 for propane, a refill. All right? So I told my wife, and here's the funny part. If I decide to change propane companies, I have to pay them $160 to come get their own tanks.
Okay.
Believe it or not.
Wow.
So my next door neighbor is 86 years old, and he fired this same company, and now he's with Feral Gas. And if you notice, I'm not naming the company because I don't want to have you held liable for it. But I want to be honest with you. If there's anybody out there that can explain to me what to do, because I'll be honest with you, they're gouging people and they're robbing us blind. $288 for renting tanks, and they absolutely did nothing for that money. So my question is, where can I buy propane tanks, number one? And number two, where can I get a reasonable price on propane? So I got to figure out where to buy tanks, because that's the first thing I want to do. And then I'm going to figure out where can I get reasonable price on propane gas. So really, that's all I got to say tonight. So really enjoyed listening to Monkey Gouger. Crying shame that he couldn't stick around for Second Maniac, and I had to meet him on Saturday at the show. But I'm glad we got to meet Horse Feathers at least, you know. So either way, man, have a good night, and I'll be listening.
All right.
So we'll talk to you later.
There you go.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for checking in. Yeah, just because I said I don't know that it'd be best for Trump to run again, I've still got my Donald Trump socks. I don't have any Trump underwear, but I've still got my Trump hats and T-shirts, and absolutely, I'm not. It's not. That doesn't mean you're going to be an anti-Trumper, but seen unseen, he goes by his handle. Yeah, several interesting comments he's making here. He's one of our YouTube fans. Yeah, Steve, recall last night when we were talking about ticket splitting and how unlikely that was? Yeah, question, how did Johnson get reelected in Wisconsin, but they also voted for a Democrat governor? How did Ron James get elected in Michigan, but they reelected Gretchen Whitmer? Yeah, there was no ticket splitting. All right, Whitmer wouldn't even say the word woman. Yeah, she called them people with periods. I thought women were so concerned about abortions, but yeah, the insane Whitmer says they are people with periods. All right, it's all propaganda, he says. The fact that Trump got his ass handed to him with his endorsed candidates. Trump actually got 4 seats flipped in New York State on Tuesday. That is true. There are 4 Republicans elected in New York State, flipping seats. And Congress will ultimately have Republican control. Who did DeSantis get elected? Okay, I'll take that point. DeSantis wasn't working to get others elected, though. He was working to get himself elected. Interestingly, that DeSantis, Trump showed up for that rally there for Marco Rubio, and surprise, surprise, Marco Rubio also won in a landslide over Val Demings there, but DeSantis didn't even show up for the Rubio. So, all right, what else we got in the mix here? Let's see. Several other folks kind of chiming in about the whole Trump thing. Ed says, I love Trump, his policies. They were good for the country. However, there are so many people obsessed with destroying him, he doesn't have a chance. I'd vote for him again, but I don't really want him to run. See, I see that. I hear that, and it's... Now, seen, unseen, somewhere in the mix. There it is. Steve, another point to ponder. Look who's financing DeSantis. George Bush, Karl Rove, Bill Kristol, some rhino from Chicago that moved to Florida. Yeah, there's an article that mentions who's actually financing DeSantis. It's Trump haters. And he did also say that the guy that I hadn't heard of, he said that billionaire guy, was it Griffin? Griffin is one of those never Trumper kind of guys. Yeah, like I said, I've never heard of the guy myself, so. Let's see. Fred chimes in. Trump endorsed a total of 340 candidates. 298 of them won. People hated Trump so much they'd let their country go down the toilet rather than vote for him, says Norman. They're in north central Kansas. All right. Good to have you all on board. Now, at press time of this story, which was, let's see, about 7:30 this past evening. It's the most up-to-date info I can pass your way. Now, as we know, they say, well, this so-called Republican red wave didn't really materialize. Republicans have thus far recorded a net gain of 6 seats in the House. They need just 9 more officially called races to come up with control of the majority in the next Congress, which it appears that is going to happen. Newsmax projects Republicans with 209 seats currently compared to 189 for Democrats. Now, of course, the first party to reach 218 will have the majority, the all-important committee gavels. There are 37 House races yet to be called, too close to call. Now, they did share their projections for some of those. Colorado District 3, that's Representative Lauren Boebert, who I really like her. But she's a Republican, and she's in Colorado. And if you notice how far left Colorado is, she's actually trailing the Democrat there, Adam Frisch, by 73 votes. Yes, 73 individual votes. That's got to be recount kind of territory, right? Now, again, this was as of like 7:30 last evening. California District 27, Mike Garcia, the Republican, leads by almost 16 percentage points. If that be the case, why have they not called that as a Republican victory? They think there's a chance that might change. California District 13, Republican John Duarte leads by a mere 203 votes. Now, I can see 203 votes. That's too close to call, maybe, if you got ballots left to count. But 16 percentage points. Next on the list was Montana District 2. Republican Ryan Zinke leads by almost 5 percentage points there, so heavily favored. California District 3, Republican Kevin Kiley leads by almost 6 percentage points. California District 22, Representative David Vallejo, a Republican, leads by almost 8 percentage points. Oregon District 4, Republican Lori Chavez DeRemer leads by more than 4 percentage points. Alaska's lone House seat, Democrat Mary Peltola, leads Republican Sarah Palin and Nick Begich because of the ranked choice voting format, which would make the need for Begich or Palin voters to have the other Republican ranked as number 2 on their ballot by a vast majority of them, according to reports. I'm thinking if you're going to vote for Palin, you're not going to select the Democrat for your second pick, are you? I wouldn't think that would be the case. I'd think, obviously, Begich voters picked him first and maybe Sarah Palin as number 2, and vice versa in the ranked choice voting. That'll be determined here in 2 weeks, November 23rd. Just a couple more. New York, District 19, Republican Marcus Molinaro leads by almost 2 percentage points there. Another New York District 22, Republican Brandon Williams leads by 1,620 votes. Lastly, New York District 4, Republican Anthony Desposito leads by almost 4 percentage points. So we already broke down the Senate, but there's your numbers. Yeah, that was 11 Republicans that are likely to also win their seats, Republicans in the House of Representatives. So way more than the 9, well, 2 more than the 9. They would have the majority, undoubtedly, right there. There's your update. All right, Pappy's on board. What's going on, Pappy?
What's happening, Steve? Man, good talks here in the last hour. I'll tell you, this is not a loss. Everybody's getting their panties up in a roar here, but this is not a loss, Steve. Come on now. Just 6 months ago, there was no talk about a red wave. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Just 6 months ago, we'll be lucky to take the House or the Senate. You know,
lucky to take the House. And they didn't really have a chance on the Senate, and gradually the Senate began to come into play, and technically it still is.
Yes. So, it's not over yet. But Steve, I'm wondering if the left, man, they're playing this kind of like a fiddle, man. Did they skew these polls to make us think, there's going to be this big red wave to manipulate a big letdown for the MAGA movement? Mm-hmm. I don't know. What's sad, though, Steve, is you mean to tell me that Fetterman's the best that Pennsylvania can put up? Wow. You know what's even sadder? Republicans can't beat him? And what the last caller just said about you're willing to throw your country down the tubes and not vote for Trump because of its tweets, you mean to tell me what Monkey Gouger said these residents in Pennsylvania would refuse to vote for Oz because he's not a Pennsylvanian? That they're willing to stick Fetterman in there?
That's what he said.
It's like if you're sentenced to death, Steve, do you want lethal injection or do you want 1,001 knife torture? It makes no sense to me why somebody would do that. And another thing, I'll tell you what, I haven't heard any of this Trump bashing DeSantis. I'll tell you what, that's a big, big mistake. But I'll tell you what, Steve, I don't care who gets the primary for 2024. It's going to be chaos, Steve. Mm-hmm. They're going to attack whoever it is, just like they did Trump. Ain't nothing going to change. He will be the next, or he or she will be the next racist, will be the next Nazi. They will go after that next person, which is much bigger as they went after Trump. Take that to the bank.
So Ron DeSantis, they will start attacking Ron DeSantis just like they've attacked Trump for 4 years, right? There's no way that they're never going to rally and, I guess, try to come together, no matter who it is.
Right. And but man, I'll tell you, Steve, I didn't hear. Was this a flat out statement that Trump is on video making that statement, or is this just hearsay, that's on the news that Trump made this statement, or is this actually on a recorded video? Because I'm telling you, man, I think we're all hitting the nail on the head here. He starts attacking DeSantis. Bad mistake. You will divide a lot of people. I mean, the one state that got it right for sure last night, Florida, and you're going to attack it? That's a bad mistake. Unless there's some really shenanigans going on, Steve. I mean, there's some mind-boggling, mind-playing games behind scenes that we don't know about, No. But, man, real quick, I'll get off of here. When COVID first hit, Steve, I mean, everybody in this country, we didn't know what to think. And Trump got befoozled, man. He trusted in these people. You could say, well, that's his fault for trusting in these people that he was taking advice
because
from.
Because what he had Fauci, he had Dr. Scarf, Dr. Birx, he had Mike Pence, of course, that led the COVID committee there. But yeah, a news break time. Back after this.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Maryland on Tuesday became the 20th U.S. state to legalize recreational marijuana. A similar measure passed in Missouri, while in South Dakota it appears to have been rejected. Arkansas and North Dakota are also saying no to legal weed. A new survey shows a large percentage of young Americans are struggling with mental health issues. The survey by Harmony Healthcare IT found 42% of Generation Z adults started dealing with mental health conditions soon after the pandemic started in 2020. It found many were diagnosed with anxiety, depression, and other disorders during the lockdowns. Elon Musk is selling 20 million shares of Tesla. The shares are valued at about $4 billion. The sale comes after his $44 billion acquisition of Twitter. And a former UFC star facing a murder charge has been granted bail. Cain Velasquez was arrested in San Jose last February after trying to kill a man he claims molested his young child. This is USA Radio News.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
Powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, right back at it here. All right, I had to go find the answer for Pappy's question. Because I had seen the headline that Trump had threatened, dirty little secrets about DeSantis. I didn't know the full story, but here it is. Updated this past day. All right, Donald Trump escalating his rivalry with Ron DeSantis, warning that he would expose damaging information if the Florida governor were to challenge him for the Republican nomination. Apparently, this was actually an interview on Fox News and other outlets earlier this week. It says here in quotes, if he runs, he could hurt himself very badly, Trump said. I would tell you things about him that won't be very flattering. I know more about him than anybody other than perhaps his wife. Now, that was the quote from Trump. So I guess that's on tape on the interview there. He went on to say, I don't know if he's running. I think the base would not like it. I don't think it would be good for the party. Now, the Bloomberg report says that's a typical move from the Trump playbook to thwart potential opponents. But the latest sign, the former president views DeSantis as his chief rival in a potential presidential primary field in 24. Now, the polls consistently showed DeSantis as the strongest challenger to Trump for the nomination should they both run. So I guess there's the answer. So, yeah, it was on interview with Fox News.
Yeah, it's
not a good thing to,
to say the least.
Like Grubb said, not a good thing to do. We don't want to be dividing the party itself as much as it already is.
Yeah. I mean, Grump and Gouger, really hit the nail on the head. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better. But, back to February of 2020, we got to remember now what Gouger said is absolutely true. However, we're looking at this in 2020 hindsight now.
Right.
Right. He's being advised by what we thought were these experts from the World Health Organization, the CDC, the Dr. Fauci, right? We had no idea, and Trump had no idea, how corrupt these people really are. So, we're bashing him for giving the pharmaceutical companies, relief of any liability. In 2020 hindsight, man, what the heck were we doing? But at the time, they're trying to push that vaccine through, right? They're trying to get it through as quick as possible. And Trump's taking all the credit for that. Now, what I would like to see, Steve, it's not going to happen. It's my understanding that some other high people up in the MAGA movement, it's talked to the former president about coming out and saying, man, I was buffooned, right? I made a mistake. I got snookered. That he is not going to do that. He is going to stand by his decision on what he did. And, back to Grump's statement, the man cannot accept that he does anything wrong. And anybody that tries to critique him, he just can't handle any critique, man. He just, it's his way or the highway. And if you disagree with him, man, he just goes after you big time. And man, I really, hate to see him and DeSantis get into it, man. I do not want to see this. That's not going to be good. It will. I mean, let's make no mistake about it, Steve. Trump is the head of the MAGA movement. There's no mistake about that. He's supposed to come out on
next Tuesday,
November the 15th, and make a statement. So let's wait for that statement and see what happens. If he decides he's coming out and running, might behoove DeSantis to step back, give it a while, and wait his turn, have some patience here. If Trump doesn't run, DeSantis, I'm telling you right now, will be my man. And I don't want to see Trump try to smash this guy down. It's not going to be good for the Republican Party or the MAGA movement, man. It's just not. So let's wait and see.
How about a Ron DeSantis Ted Cruz ticket? How would that sound? Or do you think DeSantis would have to select a female in this day and age?
Man, I'm telling you, I don't know if you got my email a couple weeks
I did.
ago. We'll see what happens with Carrie Lake here.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's another thing, Steve, who she ran against. What the heck was her name? Steve, she wouldn't debate her. She campaigned from her basement. She would not debate Carrie Lake because Carrie Lake would have mopped the floor with her. And she knew it. So last I heard, I thought something either on your commercial break there, or you said it, that all hope is not lost here, that she just might pull this out, that she's technically maybe in the lead here a little bit. Did I hear that?
Trying to, because you had Nevada and
I don't know.
Arizona. I think Arizona's the state where, Carrie Lake she's been climbing back in. Yeah, right. It's Katie Hobbs is the other. This is how close it is right now.
Yes.
50.3% Katie Hobbs, 49.7% Carrie Lake. There's maybe 13,000 votes, less than 13,000 separating them. But Carrie is behind by that.
Yeah, so I don't know.
Now, this past evening, the numbers I saw, I think they still had 600,000 votes to count, though. How they have that many, I don't know if that's mail-in or whatever that is, but that's a lot of votes yet to count.
And we're talking Arizona, too, But my thought, Steve, was if she does pull this off and gets elected as governor, that she will be the next pick for vice president, would be my guess. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Hey, man, I appreciate you taking my call and time, and great calls by everybody.
Yeah. Good deal. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, I this. I should just pull this up. The Associated Press, their numbers say 70% reporting. This is the Arizona race. Yeah, why are we this far past the election and only at 70%? That 70% in. 953,783 votes for Katie Hobbs, 940,716 for Carrie Lake. And again, it was an earlier story that said something about close to 600,000 yet to count there in the state, which is a pretty big number. But all right, there you go, a big sexy.
Just a few minutes ago.
What's going on, big sexy?
Yeah, Steve. Well, that one call you had a while ago answers a few questions from me when those two were on there, but I won't go into that. On the reason I called you, I think it was Scarecrow earlier, was asking about the why they do the Category 1 or EF2, EF3, whatever on the tornadoes and hurricanes. Basically, on the hurricane, when they do that Category 1, 2, 3, that's to let people know how strong that storm is coming in.
Right.
How strong the winds are going to be, because some places are built to withstand up to a Category 3. Some places aren't. So you know how strong the winds are coming in. That tells you how strong that storm is. You don't just have to worry about the winds, though. That the water, the surge, and all that can do a lot of damage too. On the tornadoes, they can't rate them until they go out and do the survey.
After the fact,
on a hurricane, they're flying those hurricane hunters in there for days before it gets here. You can't fly a hurricane hunter into a tornado.
Right.
They spin up, they're gone. I mean, they ain't no way. And besides that, it's just a whole different deal. And hurricanes have tornadoes embedded in them. But that's the reason, they go out and that gives the Weather Service an idea of how strong that tornado was. It has nothing to do with insurance. If your house is blown away by a tornado, the insurance company's going to pay no matter what, and they're going to pay different depending on whether it's EF1, EF2, EF3.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to pay no matter what. But that just, that's the reason they rate them like that. And that's what I originally called you for. But I heard on that news deal earlier, you talking about 600,000. I think they said 400,000 in that one break just a few minutes ago.
All right.
It would be counted in Arizona.
So I'd be going back a number of hours ago. So obviously the numbers should be going down. Yeah.
And I'm like Pappy was saying, it's not a loss yet. It's not a done deal. They can still take the Senate. They can still take the House. I mean, it's not.
I think it's a pretty done deal.
Red wave like they were wanting, but
the House numbers
not as bad. Everybody's making it out to be either.
Yeah, I mean, based on what I just shared with you, there were 11 different races there. 11 House seats that's definitely Republican control of the House. Now, what's going to happen with Herschel Walker and Warnock? I don't know, because is this going to be deja vu? They had the same scenario, the runoff election in 2020, and both of the Democrats won in the runoff. Yeah,
and I heard them saying on one of the news shows earlier that when they had the runoff before, a lot of the people thought things were not on the up and up, and they protested by not going back and voting again in the runoff.
Yeah.
They were begging the people who voted for Walker to come back out and vote again. They need you. So don't just sit home and think, well, ain't no need me going back and trying again there. Do it again.
Yep.
I mean, we'll see what happens. But that's the reason I called you tonight. I was listening earlier and caught that part from, was it Scarecrow? Is that who was asking about that?
Yeah, Scarecrow. Yep.
Okay. All right, well, I'll let you get on to your next caller then.
All right, have a good morning. Yeah, obviously with tornadoes, it's after the fact they come out, and I guess they do this survey and whatnot just so they can say that this had winds up to this strength, 110, 120, 150. With each category, it doesn't make any difference. Just if your house is blown away, it's blown away, right? Now, on the hurricane thing, yeah. I mean, if you got an E, and as we said, Philip in Florida, I mean, he did not board up his house. I asked him that the other night. He said, well, for a category 1, I'm not gonna board up. Yeah, get category 2, 3. All right, I'll be boarding things up. And the stronger they get, then they start talking about should we evacuate? Should we move inland? Should we head north? All those sort of things. And obviously, the local officials all use those numbers from the Hurricane Center and to make determinations. Who should we issue mandatory evacuation orders for? Speaking of Philip, he just sent me an email a few minutes ago. Sorry I didn't call in tonight, but it's a little windy here. It is picking up now. Looks like the landfall around Sebastian, Florida. Just saw a live shot on the coverage. The big orange rocket doing okay right now. Of course, they left the Artemis out there on the launch pad. I guess it can handle maybe a Category 1 hurricane. Yeah, you get a Category 2, and no way. They wouldn't leave it out there for that. If they rolled it back into the assembly building, the assembly buildings, believe it or not, are built to withstand up to a Category 3 hurricane. They're at the Space Coast. Anyway, Philip said, I want to thank my friend, Rick Friend, who checked in on us yesterday. As far as the guy who was talking about our governor's financial backers, he needs to come here after one of these storms and see the things a governor is faced with in the days after. If everybody paid attention to the financial backers, Tesla wouldn't be selling cars, and no gas would be sold because their backers are from folks not in this country. As Earl would say, grow up, America. There you go. Technically, Earl Pitt says, wake up, America. Be safe. He said, I'm definitely 10-10 in the wind tonight. They're in Florida. Of course, Phillips over there on the East Coast. About 20 miles, I believe, inland from Daytona Beach, right in that zone there. It's 844-844-3388.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, I had a couple of industry headlines real quick like here. Justice Department says they will not seek the death penalty for the two men involved in the smuggling attempt earlier this year that ended in the deaths of 53 illegals there in Texas. The decision to take the death penalty off the table was made on October 31st. Review by the Attorney General has been completed. His decision has been received. The government will not seek a death sentence against these defendants, according to the U.S. Attorney's Office in a filing. Homero Zamorano Jr., the driver in the incident, and Christian Martinez, the mastermind in the incident, face 4 smuggling charges each, including one of transporting illegal aliens resulting in death. Even without the death penalty, the charge of smuggling resulting in death could result in a lifelong prison sentence. Investigators said they'd actually been keeping an eye on Martinez prior to the tragic incident. Both defendants maintained they did not know the reefer unit on the trailer had stopped working. All right, there in New York, we've talked about this on and on, off and on for years, the idling trucks. And there are people that are making money. They're going out there just looking for somebody who has an idling truck so they can take a video and send it in. Earlier this week, apparently, there was a TikTok user that did just that. He posted a viral video highlighting the Citizens Air Complaint Board, or program as they call it in New York City, which allows locals to earn cash for snitching on idling trucks. Tattletale TikTok user garnered 1.3 million views for a video that outlined how New York City residents can earn some extra cash by reporting idling trucks as what they call a wild side hustle. Now, just be careful, because a lot of people have been punched or even stabbed by truck drivers for doing this, he warns. New York City has the anti-idling laws on the books. They've been there for decades. But over the past several years, the new program that encourages locals to earn a profit for taking the law into their own hands. The Citizens Air Complaint Program, implemented about 4 years ago, allows people to go online to report illegally idling trucks and buses in exchange for cash. Cash, namely 25% of the $350 or higher fine that's imposed on the commercial driver. To report an idling truck or bus, you have to submit a video showing the vehicle idling for longer than the legal limit of 3 minutes, just 3 minutes. And your video also has to capture the name of the trucking company of the idling truck. But you submit that. I guess they take that video, they send the trucking company a fine, and when the fine is paid, they send you then a check for 25%. And if you get out there and you can find a couple of idling trucks every day, you could make a few bucks, right? Now, there was one guy that made, I think, one guy made like $10,000 last year reporting idling trucks. All right, let me get to, is that Pup on the line this morning? I believe so. Hello, Pup.
Hey, how's it going, Steve?
Morning.
Oh, pretty good. Hey, I hired Trump to go in there and be a bulldozer, and things would have worked out just fine if that COVID wouldn't have come along and ran Paul Ryan and Mitch McConnell would have worked with him. But then Paul Ryan decided he wanted to retire, and so did those others, and they set him up for failure when the Democrats got Congress. So, but I had a good question for Pappy. How come these policemen aren't giving out tickets anymore for people for failure to dim their lights or running these off-road light bars out here? That's ridiculous. But to answer Jolly Green's question, he can call around to these propane companies, and they've got tanks and stuff. But I will tell him, like 4 years ago when I built my barn, I bought a 500-gallon tank, and at that time, they were running anywhere from $1,100 to $1,600, depending on who you hired to come in and set it, and who you went with. But a buddy of mine just built a new house, and those propane tanks have almost doubled. So,
wow.
You'll have to, but some of these companies, Steve, they charge a hazmat delivery fee, a service fee, or a fuel surcharge and stuff like that. If you find a good company, they'll just give you a base rate and stuff, and he's already paid for that propane in that tank. So what he should do is, if he finds a tank in a company, have them set the tank, have that other one moved, and then or suck that propane out of that tank and put it in as new. It's illegal if you rent a tank to buy it off anybody else. But since that's already been bought and paid for, he can have that sucked out of that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, transfer the fuel over. All right, hold that thought there. News break time.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. It's not entirely certain Wednesday which party will control Congress. The results for many key Senate and House races in the midterm elections are still outstanding, but the so-called red wave Republican sweep that was predicted among some pollsters and analysts didn't end up happening. Former Democratic Congressman Joe Crowley believes that many voters rejected the hardline policies of some Trump-backed candidates.
All politics is local, and each district is different. Not one message pertains to each district, and it's about personalities.
Senate races in Arizona and Nevada are still outstanding. Georgia's Senate race is heading into a runoff, which will take place early next month. Former President Donald Trump is livid and screaming at everyone after many Republican candidates backed by him and underperformed in Tuesday's midterm elections, an advisor to Trump said on Wednesday. Trump had endorsed more than 330 GOP candidates running for both state and federal office in this election cycle, but a much-anticipated red wave of Republican victories never came in the fight for control of Congress. Candidates matter, the Trump advisor, who was not named, said, adding, they were all bad candidates. Elon Musk's firing at Twitter was nothing. Zuckerberg is firing 11,000 at Meta.
Meta Platforms says it will cut more than 11,000 workers, or 13% of its staff, as restructuring to cope with struggling online marketing and falling stock prices are taking a toll. Chief Executive Mark Zuckerberg said he is taking responsibility for the firings. The company is also tightening its belt by reducing its office space, moving to desk sharing, and extending a hiring freeze through the first quarter of 2023. From the West Coast, USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
This is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month, and that's huge. But it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE. 833-34-BIBLE.
Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock's race against Republican Herschel Walker will head to a runoff in December, potentially meaning the Senate majority may not be determined for weeks. With both Nevada and Arizona Senate races still undetermined, the Georgia runoff could very well decide the majority, just as it did in January 2021. Tropical Storm Nicole is expected to become a hurricane soon and is headed toward landfall on Florida's Atlantic coast early Thursday. Its effects are already being felt along the coast in places like Cocoa Beach. Asher Edwards' family business normally rents chairs, umbrellas, and other items to beachgoers. On Wednesday, he and some friends were moving them from their storage shed on the beach.
Ian just ripped our roof off, but it's freshly secured on there with new, bolts and brackets, so I don't think it'll get ripped off this time. But the tide's so high that it kind of just ravaged everything, so we're unloading the shed just in case it floats away. There's really not much more we can do. Hoping to anchor it down, tie everything up together.
New York Congressman Sean Patrick Maloney, the chair of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, Wednesday morning was telling reporters there are many House races that are still much too close to call. Congressman Maloney lost his seat to his Republican opponent and has conceded the race. Wednesday morning, he told reporters it's important to carry oneself with dignity, regardless of the circumstances.
In this life, how you handle defeat is as important as how you handle success. And we had an equal measure of both last night.
For USA Radio News, I'm Tony Maruso.
Technology lets you access a personal trainer from home, like on this exercise mirror.
Let's talk more squatting.
But to keep your hybrid workforce in shape, you need more than technology.
And kick. And jump.
You need PCs powered by Intel vPro, custom configured by CDW. Hardware-based security and remote management make it easy to protect and monitor PCs from anywhere.
Wait, don't turn me off.
Intel vPro makes secure remote management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/Intel Client.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Okay, here we go. Final hour. Believe it or not, on a Thursday morning, Friday Eve. I get a couple of messages from Philip there in Florida, keeping us up to speed. What's going on? It looks like he said they changed the landfall for Nicole to Hutchison Island by Fort Pierce. Is the official location, the center of the storm, where the eye wall comes ashore. The center of the eye, not the eye wall. Center of the eye. Fort Pierce, Hutchison Island. Yeah, Big Sexy, he's correct. The CAT system was developed to show how intense a storm can be. I actually changed my mind, and I did board up. My decision was based on the debris that was laying around after Ian, all that debris that hadn't been secured. We secured the debris from our fence, which meant pulling it from the street. I was going to tell you all that yesterday, but the old foam was acting up, so, all right. All hunkered down here on a Thursday morning, right, in Florida, as Nicole comes ashore. All right, final hour here, so about an hour from now, Thursday mornings, bring out the best in live radio from TNCRadio.live. All the shows Wednesday evening are live, then rebroadcast right after we wrap things up here on the overnight drive at TNC Radio. For starters, Tom Kirk and the Originals have a no-nonsense discussion about the election, their concerns, and the hopes for the future. After that, Larry and Angie Baum invite a friend with some of the best stories in trucking. What would you do if you were going through the Canadian border and your load of toilet seats set off the radiation alarms? Interesting. Finally, it's Banker and Anderson bringing the latest in positive sports talk on the only sports show made for truckers. It's Clutch Time Sports, starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. One more footnote here. Looks like the weather's going to be more than a little interesting here the next few days. Catch up on the latest each morning with the Morning Grind, which gets underway at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific Time. Obviously, they'll have the latest on Nicole. And, of course, talking about the blizzard conditions that are set to unfold later on tonight into Friday, with blizzard warnings through parts of South Dakota, North Dakota, northwestern portions of Minnesota. A lot of snow coming your way. Speaking of snow, it's about that time, if you haven't yet, many people have, it's time to start winterizing. Again, Sta-Bil storage. I want to tell you about that. For over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing, whether it's your lawn equipment, your boats, collector's cars, generators, which you want them to be ready to fire up when the need arises. Anything that's going to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil Storage keeps gas fresh for up to 2 years and combats corrosion issues in your fuel system. Store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil Storage. All right, thanks for hanging in there, Pup. Welcome back.
Oh, yeah, no problem, Steve. I just did that last weekend, put Sta-Bil and everything, getting out ready for winter.
Yep. All the farm equipment?
What a bull. Oh, good. Oh, I don't have a whole lot of stuff. I just work for other guys. But what it boils down to is you're better off owning your own tank, your own propane tank. That way you can shop around and get the best price. Because if you rent a tank, they are the ones that have to put the propane in. And I'll bet you they're not only charging him the $140 or whatever for tank rental, but I'll about bet you his propane's anywhere between 10 and 25 cents higher a gallon than if you didn't, or if you owned your own tank. So, but that's about all I had for you. Stuff. It sounds like we got one more nice day, and then the weather's going to turn south on us. They're calling for snow flurries up our way on Sunday, up there south of the Fort Wayne area.
Really?
That lake effect business.
Oh,
yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
So, that's all I got for you tonight, Steve, and you have a good day.
I've been enjoying our 70-degree days, and we're still showing 52 at the airport here, Southwest Ohio. Not a bad night. I'm not going to complain. All right, who we got next up here? Gilligan, I believe. Morning, Gilligan.
Hey, good morning, Steve, and thank you for taking my call. Well, I think I'll better chime in on this bit. You know, you're talking about how they attacked Trump and how they divided us in the 4 years he was in office. Don't we remember how they did the same thing to George H.W. Bush and how they was calling him a Nazi? They tried to impeach him. They did all that. They was after the first Bush the same way. They attacked him the same way. Said he was heartless. Said he didn't care about the elderly. They did it to Reagan. Well, they railroaded Nixon out of office when we were kids. You know, I know you're only like 2 or 3 years older than I am. You remember how they railroaded him out of office. And he didn't do as much as what Obama did. But Obama, it was fine. But Nixon, they literally forced the man to resign. You know, it don't matter. It no matter who the Republicans put in office, this is the treatment the Democrats do. Attack, attack, attack with the same old rhetoric. You know, it's like the restructuring of Social Security and Medicare. Yes, there's serious problems in the future, but the thing is, why is it only Social Security, Medicare, and that are the ones that's going to run out of money? Why can't welfare, Medicaid, and that sort of stuff run out of money?
we hadn't run out of money to send to Ukraine. We hadn't run out of money to send to the World Health Organization or the United Nations. Yeah, you're right about that. We got plenty of money for everything.
Right, but we don't have enough to pay our Caesars. Yeah, it's the same old playbook. You know, this money, a lot of it's been taken out, put in the general fund. Yeah, it's crazy. There's no reason why that Medicare and Social Security be running out of money. The average American gets either about 1% less. An average American male gets, on average, 1% less than what they pay in, and the average American female gets 1% more, and that's because of the lifespan. You know, that a woman usually lives longer than what a man does. You know, well, speaking of longevity, though, did you get that story I sent you a while ago about that woman, the
115 years old, yeah.
Years old? I mean, come on now, boy. I tell you what, I think she's got back more than what she's paid in. What do you think? Yeah, I tell you, here's a couple examples of what we're up against these people, though. You know, I was listening to an interview with a woman over the weekend before the election. She literally said that she was a Democrat because the Republicans have money and she doesn't. Does she really realize that most of the Democrats are as rich, if not richer, than the Republicans? Nancy Pelosi's worth millions and millions of dollars. You know, that's the mentality. They really believe that the Democrats are for the poor. The poor is the only poor people the Democrats are for is those that will stay on welfare and stay there. Yes, you can have the government pay for you, pay your way, but you can't own nothing. And you're pretty much a slave to that. You cannot own anything. You cannot have over $2,000 in assets. People work hard all their lives, and when they really need it, they can't get it because, oh, well, you own a home, you own a car, you own this. You know, it's sickening. You know, but that's, I mean, there was another woman I heard an interview with. Now, this one I have yet to understand. Me and Larry, one that checks in the Good Afternoon, was talking about this. I'm trying to figure this one out. She said that years ago she was a Reagan Democrat. Okay, most of us remember that phrase. I'm sure you do too. But now she says she's a Liz Cheney Republican. What's the coronation? I don't. They're exact opposites. Wouldn't you say?
Well, I would say a Liz Cheney Republican is not a Republican in my eyes anyway. It's a rhino.
Exactly. She's nothing like him. Nothing like Reagan. You know, I don't understand it. But you know, that's about all my rant for tonight. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
Have a good morning, Gilligan. Let's see, a couple from the email bag. Got a Dan checked in here a bit ago. Said, as far as DeSantis, he says, no way would I support anyone backed by George Bush, Dick Cheney, or Karl Rove. Thanks to the listener for putting that out there. Yeah, by the way, I've been trying to call in, but kept getting a busy signal. Yeah, we had full lines for much of the night. We've got a couple lines available now, though, if you want to jump in. Shorty giving me a follow-up. I told him, keep us up to speed. He's rolling into Florida this morning. He's actually out there moving freight in Florida. Driving down I-75. As soon as I got into Florida, the winds were pretty strong. Those big American flags are standing straight out. I've been in Florida now about 100 miles. Just started hitting some of the heavy rainfall. Still got 100 miles to Tampa. And another 20 miles from there to Lakeland. So he's rolling down I-75, western side of the state. But, yeah, going to have a lot of that rain and wind. Have fun, right? It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com. Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yeah, I've been following Nicole this morning. And latest here just a few minutes ago. USA Today gave an update. Nicole made landfall officially along the east coast of Florida Thursday morning as a Category 1 hurricane in the National Hurricane Center's 3 a.m. advisory. Radar imagery showed the center of the storm made landfall on North Hutchinson Island, just south of Vero Beach. Nicole arrived ashore over Great Abaco Island in the Bahamas with 70-mile-per-hour winds earlier in the evening. The hurricane's approach has a lot of folks fearful, having already endured the wrath of Ian earlier this year. Now, Nicole bringing strong winds, a dangerous storm surge, and heavy rains. In Florida, the St. Lucie County Sheriff's Office sent out a tweet stating that storm surge from Nicole had breached the seawall along Indian River Drive, which I guess that runs parallel to the Atlantic Ocean. Martin County Sheriff's Office also said seawater had breached part of a road on Hutchinson Island. And a lot of folks had moved inland. I guess, what'd you have? Flagler, Palm Beach, Martin, Volusia were ordered to evacuate the barrier islands, as well as low-lying areas and mobile homes. Volusia, which is home to Daytona Beach, actually imposed a curfew and warned residents the intercoastal bridges used by evacuees would close when the winds hit 39 miles per hour ago. Said about 400 people had checked into evacuation centers in Palm Beach County. At least a half dozen multi-story coastal residential buildings in Daytona Beach shores that were already damaged by Ian also being threatened by Nicole this morning. All right, see if Eagle, you're hanging in there. Good morning.
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, Steve, I'm still kind of in shock about the phone call from Monkey Gouger and Grump. I never thought I'm even shocked at what you had to say. And I'm almost there, Steve. I'm going to have to see what Trump has to say next Tuesday on November the 15th, what his big announcement is. But, as much as it hurts me to say, I'm not willing to say it right now, because I really like Donald Trump. What you said earlier about Trump, some of the things that the guy is saying, you're saying that, and, even one of the top donors has said the same thing. Trump is too decisive, and, his mouth was one of his biggest problems. I believe that there's a lot of hatred for Donald Trump. And if you really look at it, Steve, like I said, I'm gonna wait until next week and before I, make my final decision on Trump. I'll call in next Tuesday and, after he makes his announcement. But yeah, as much as you still there?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll wait till next week. But like I said, Steve, Donald Trump, like some people say that the party has passed him by. He did a good job. And, I always respect Trump for what he did for 4 years in the White House. I'm not ready to say I'm not ready to see him get back in right now. But like I say, DeSantis, I read something else while I was waiting on hold, Steve. Another problem that Donald Trump seems to have with this guy, he thinks that the governor of Florida is trying to be a copycat. You notice some of the comments he made, like the comment he made after he won last night. He said that Florida is a state where woke people go to die. Donald Trump thinks that this guy is trying to be a Donald Trump, wannabe. That's another thing I read on my phone. He thinks that the governor of Florida is trying to copy his style and try to be like Donald Trump, which I don't think so. But that's another problem that Donald Trump seems to have with this guy. But like you said, Steve, and if you really look at it, Steve, like I said, as much as I hate to say it, I really don't think there's so much hatred for Donald Trump in America. there were people that said that the only reason they went out to vote was to stop Donald Trump yesterday. A lot of Democrats said they wasn't even going to go and vote because they really don't support the agenda that the Democrats are out there are doing. But they'll do anything to keep Donald Trump from getting in and, getting his people's support or anything associated with Donald Trump. So it'll be real hard. If you really look at it, Steve, if we really want to see a Republican get in the White House in 2024, it's going to be very hard for Trump to get back in with as much hatred as people have for him in this country. It might be a better option, like you said, to go with the Florida guy, and maybe because his reputation is not as bad as Donald Trump. So it hurts me to say that because I really like Donald Trump, and I like he really tried to help America for 4 years, and but it might be time for Donald Trump to step aside and let the younger guy from Florida take over and try to make America great again. Donald Trump, he can still be a part of the team. He may not be the president, but he can still be working with DeSantis and helping this man run the country and making it a better place. But like I said, I'm going to wait until next Tuesday to make my final decision. But like I said, I'm still in shock at what Monkey Gouger and Grump and you said. I never thought I'd hear the day that you guys would say you wanted a better option than Donald Trump. But I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Okay, thank you, Eagle. Have a good morning. Like I said, I'm not. That doesn't mean I'm not I'm not an anti-Trumper or a never-Trumper. I clearly said, hey, if he runs, I'll vote for him. Undoubtedly. Hey, keeping a close eye on the big rocket ship there. NASA, they say this morning, closely monitoring the Kennedy Space Center as the winds from Nicole are very close to the safety limit for the 322-foot tall space launch system, the SLS rocket. They left it on the launch pad. Tentative launch date is next Wednesday, the 16th, as long as the storm doesn't damage the rocket. Now, they say the SLS was designed to withstand wind gusts up to 85 miles per hour. As of 3 a.m. Eastern, the highest gust they had recorded at the launch pad was 81, real close to the threshold there. That was from a weather station on the launch pad operated by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. There you go, the SLS. So we'll see just what they need. It would be another setback, right? They'll say we got damage, have to roll it back into the assembly building. That would add another good month, at least, to a potential launch of the SLS. Hey, how about a free fried chicken snack? Next week, Love's Travel Stops will offer you just that. The truck stop chain with Chester's Chicken, the fresh fried chicken quick service restaurant, is celebrating their second annual Thanksgiving, which they're calling Truckers Giving. Truckers Giving 1 week before Thanksgiving. Now, it's like this. The first 100 guests at a Chester's restaurant at a Love's Travel Stop can get what they call a free super snack, whatever's included in the super snack. Again, that's coming up next week, November the 17th, Love's Travel Centers. All right, bottom of the hour, news break time already. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
I'm Tony Maruso reporting. Control of the U.S. Senate hung in the balance on Wednesday as Republicans moved closer to securing a House majority. A day after Democrats outperformed expectations and history in U.S. midterm elections. The Senate contests in Nevada and Arizona, where Democratic incumbents were seeking to hold off Republican challengers, were not yet called, with thousands of ballots still to be counted. If the parties split those races, the Senate's fate would come down to a Georgia runoff election for the second time in 2 years. Republicans picked up a net 6 seats in the House of Representatives that had previously been held by Democrats, with 71 of 435 races not yet called, according to Edison Research. And Democrats won elections for governor in the blue wall states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, enabling them to defend against Republican-dominated state legislatures on issues such as abortion rights and fair elections. This is USA Radio News.
Paid for by GovMint.com.
The 1878 to 1921 Morgan Silver Dollar, a true American classic and one of the most iconic silver dollar coins in history. It's been 100 years since the last Morgan Silver Dollar coin was struck for circulation, and now, for a limited time only, full pound bags of original U.S. government struck Morgan dollars are being released to the public. That's right, you can own a full pound of 1878 to 1921 classic American Morgan Silver Dollar coins, all in very good collector condition with fully visible dates and mint marks. Guaranteed. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure collector-grade U.S. Morgan Silver Dollars by the pound, struck during the Wild West and the Gilded Age. Plus, receive a bonus American Collector's Pack valued at over $25, free with every order. Call 1-800-473-1745 now to secure your full pound bag of Morgan Silver Dollar coins before they are gone. 1-800-473-1745. That's 1-800-473-1745.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli, we find our country's battles in the air, on land and sea. First to fight for right and freedom, and to keep our honor clean. We are proud to claim the title of United States Marine. Our flags unfurled to every breeze
Happy anniversary. What is it? 247 years, I believe, is the number. Is that correct? U.S. Marines. Yeah, I was threatened that he would sing the song himself if I didn't play the song. So I thought I would do the better thing and play the song.
You done absolutely great there, Mr. Steve. Hey, you know how hard it is to stand at attention and salute while you're running 70 mile an hour down the road?
Right.
I mean, I better get my seatbelt back on here before I get in trouble there. Well, happy birthday to all them Marines out there. If young men out there thinking about joining a branch of the service, join the Marine Corps. They got the best looking uniform there. So that driver over there in Florida that's running down 75, if it gets too windy, he can always stop down there at Cafe Risque and get one of them naked women to give him a cheeseburger, right?
There you go. Yeah. So it is. It's 247 years. That's the anniversary today. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's 247. Well, you know why Marines drink so much, don't you, Steve?
Why is it?
We started in a Tons Tavern up there in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. That's how it all started, drinking a beer, right? But anyway, that's how a lot of good fights start. Get to drinking them Skull Busters, and somebody miles off something, do that Hank Williams Jr. thing, give them an attitude adjustment there, right?
Happens all the time.
Yep, I know that's right. But anyway, I don't go that far in country New York up there because, I don't hardly out of my truck much anyway there. So, speaking about that insurance there, your homeowner's insurance only covers like wind damage, earthquake, stuff like that. But it don't cover water damage. It'll only if you got flood insurance will it cover then. So, you better make sure you got it all covered in every basis there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, is this a conspiracy theory that Trump was sent by the Democrats to destroy the Republican Party? Would that be a conspiracy theory?
I would think definitely that's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people smart that off out of their mouth about him. I don't know. I know he runs his mouth too much. Well, that might be like me. Oh, well, hell. You don't reckon him and I are related, do you? Enough of all that. Hey, I read where Biden congratulated Governor Mike DeWine with a personal call there for winning his election. Is he a rhino?
Who congratulated him?
Biden did.
Oh, really?
Congratulated Mike DeWine.
Okay.
Yep. With a personal call.
I'll be
It
darned.
was a surprise phone call. I don't know about all that.
I don't know how many Republicans.
Anyway,
how many Republicans do you think Biden would call to congratulate them? That's kind of odd, ain't it?
Yeah, I thought it was kind of weird. I've heard he's a rhino. That's y'all's governor, right?
Oh, yeah, I'm not a big fan of DeWine, but when it came down, he won the primary, which I didn't vote for him in the primary, but he won it, so I had to vote for him on Election Day.
Yeah, well, sometimes we just got to pinch our nose, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I read where them New York City thieves up there stole over 24 cars worth hundreds of thousands of dollars from a luxury dealership up there. Yeah, I don't think they're doing too well up there. You know, we talked about that chief financial officer for Tyson Foods getting arrested there, you know, the chicken guy. Well, security officers at a South Florida airport, they found a handgun stuffed up inside a raw chicken, trying to get it on board. I mean, come on, seriously, you think? Well, they tweeted that was a half-baked idea, right?
You don't
I agree with that. Yeah.
He didn't think the X-ray would be able to see through the chicken?
I guess. I don't know, man. There ain't no telling what people think nowadays there, Steve. I want to congratulate Mr. Alan Jackson. He received the Country Music Association's Lifetime Achievement Award. You know, he's got some kind of degenerative nerve. I don't know what it is there going on. So he's getting pretty close to just calling it a good day there. So, but that's what they honored him with. I want to congratulate Governor Greg Abbott for winning the governorship of Texas again. And I want to congratulate BTO for getting that butt BTO'd again, too. This is about his third loss. I think he'd eventually quit running. And then, you know, Arkansas got a woman governor.
And I think lieutenant governor as well, wasn't it? They got a couple of females.
Yeah, oh yeah. Well, they might be able to get something done over here, right? Now they got two women running things over here for them.
Look out.
I don't know about all that, but I don't know. Tennessee said she thought that was a good thing there. With all this inflation going on and these candy bars getting smaller, and are we going to lose some weight? See?
I'll just eat twice as many.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That sounds like a good idea. Well, on that Social Security, I wish they'd give me my money back. I could make better investments at it than they did. So, anyway, I saw my bull on it. Happy birthday, and keep up the good work, brother. You're doing a great day.
All right. Have a good morning. I hadn't heard that. That kind of took me back. Did Biden called DeWine? Yes. So I did a quick search. Yeah. President Joe Biden makes a surprise phone call to Republican Ohio Governor Mike DeWine on Wednesday, congratulating him on his reelection. According to Bloomberg, Biden called a slew of Democrats who won their midterm races, but the call with DeWine may be the first he made to a Republican. DeWine in Ohio cruising to victory over Democrat challenger Nan Whaley with nearly 63% of the vote. Now, they do say the call is particularly surprising, given that former President Trump actually endorsed DeWine. DeWine is one of several Republican governors who successfully fended off their Democrat challengers on Tuesday. Obviously, Ron DeSantis, Greg Abbott, Brian Kemp, dispatching of Charlie Crist, Beto O'Rourke, and Stacey Abrams there. It was actually DeSantis and DeWine who enjoyed the biggest wins of the night, trouncing their opponents by 20 points or more. I don't see that. Did Biden call DeSantis to congratulate him on his big win there? That's kind of weird. Yeah. The question, did he ask, is DeWine a rhino? All right, I'll let you make the call there. Hello to Truck and Phil. Happy Thursday. Coffee up morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. A big shout out and a 247th happy birthday to the United States Marine Corps. And a happy Veterans Day to all who served and are serving. I'll be off for a long weekend, so everybody have a good one. Yes, everybody has to make a decision. Is it time to move on and the Republican Party and move forward? Yep, ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights, Michigan, and make that flip back again. Hey, just 45 days till Christmas. So I guess you got the long weekend. We won't hear from Truck and Phil on a Friday morning, which will be, of course, Veterans Day coming up tomorrow, November the 11th. All right. Don't let me forget that. Who's next up here? We got, is that Brain Dead checking in. Morning, Brain Dead.
Good morning, Steve. Rare night off for me. I had to take tonight off for Dingbat, having to go to meet with the surgeon yesterday. She had to do all that pre-surgery and pre-surgery stuff. So it's just kind of weird, hearing you and just waking up and hearing you. So Oh, did you see what I just sent you about the yellow and the terminals that they're going to be selling off?
Yeah. What is it? 28 terminals as the transformation continues.
This company here, I don't know why they just don't lease it and take the money. Just lease it out and use the money and invest it. I mean, we have two Old Dominion. I was talking to one of their guys, and they already have 2 terminals here in our town, and they're fixing to be adding. They said about another 2 more. So I mean, to at least split the city up because they're overrun with freight. And here it is, we're selling off 28 terminals, and they're going to be closing our Holland terminal, they said, within the next few years and making one big terminal. But our terminal here can't absorb the amount of freight that they've got and even the space. So, and they're not putting money into terminals, so what are they going to do? I mean, they're paying down debt, okay, but, excuse me, but at the same time, though, you're not buying new equipment, and this is the weird part of their management. But did you see the story I sent you the other day about the Pink Barbecue?
Pink Barbecue. That's not ringing a bell.
I sent you the story about a day or two ago of a lady who called 911 in a North Carolina barbecue restaurant because her barbecue was pink and rare.
Oh.
Like it wasn't cooked thoroughly.
Okay. So that warrants a 911 emergency call because my meat is rare. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a dumbass of the week nominee.
Oh shoot, no, that's more like DA of the month. But now how much do you watch any of that streaming services? Like YouTube or not YouTube. Hulu or Netflix. You watch any of that?
No, I don't. No, my wife does watch a bunch. She watches a bunch of Netflix stuff, but I don't really. I do go to YouTube and watch videos and whatnot. That's about it.
Well, at least you've gone up in the world since last time I saw you. You couldn't even operate a flip phone. But anyway, did you? I don't know if you saw this or not, but did you see that one of those streaming services is going to bring back Murder, She Wrote? You remember the old TV show where the 70-year-old woman's being followed around and people drop dead around her?
Uh-huh.
Well, they're going to be bringing it back. They're going to be bringing it back. And guess who the star of the show is going to be?
Who's that?
Hillary Clinton. Bye, Steve.
Yeah, there you go. You got me with that one. Murder, She Wrote. Angela Lansbury, right? Who just passed away this year, didn't she? It wasn't that long ago. All right, we'll return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
If you're looking to improve fuel economy, try Hot Shot Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment. Order at hotshotsecret.com. And don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive to get 10% off your entire order.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, the story Braindead was talking about, we touched on they call it the One Yellow. It's the One Yellow transformation that's underway. And you sent me a link where they're going to sell 28 what they're calling excess terminals with service territories that overlap other locations as part of the One Yellow transformation into a super regional carrier. This will reduce their overall terminal footprint by 1,200 doors, which, according to their CEO, represents about 6% of their system. The company aims to have about 290 total terminals once this One Yellow transformation is complete. We do not plan to sacrifice customer service or geography. We will look for opportunities to sell the excess terminals that we own, and we expect to continue de-risking the balance sheet by paying down debt with the proceeds from this. One Yellow is a permanent initiative that will not change regardless of external inputs of economy, inflation, or other pieces. This is a long-term strategy, and we're right in the final chapters of this transformation. All right, so you're going to reduce 1,200 doors. I guess that's what Braindead's alluding to. How are you going to be able to continue moving the amount of product you've been moving if you're going to shut down that much capacity or whatever? So let me see here. Is that Dan?
Yeah, it is, Steve. Thanks for taking the call here. Sorry I missed that One Yellow thing. Maybe you could bring it on again tomorrow morning. But one of the things I did not know that DeSantis was backed by George W. Bush and
Karl
Rove.
Yeah.
Those. I mean, I didn't know that, and I don't back any. I mean, those pariahs did everything they could to derail the presidency of President Trump. They did everything, and the other thing that DeSantis needs to be asked: why didn't you take a public endorsement from W, as he likes to call himself, or Karl Rove? Because you couldn't, if you put the name Bush in Texas, you don't get elected. His nephew tried to become the attorney general, and he
lost
twice. He tried a couple different places. He lost, right? So why would you not let people know that whether or not they wanted to do it? I'm sure the DeSantis don't want that known, because there are people, whether you want to face it or not, the pure practicality of it is, without Donald Trump, there is no path forward for the Republican Party, because he's got very loyal supporters who I don't like everything he says, and I don't want, you understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But he's got supporters that'll sit at home. And without the pro-lifers, the Republican Party wouldn't even be a third party. And Trump is, I understand. He's a guy that says what's on his mind, and for some people that's refreshing, and other people it's like, play this little game and don't let us know what you're thinking. But DeSantis has got a sharp memory, because 4 years ago, if it hadn't been for Trump campaigning for him, I wasn't so sure that he would have won the governorship in Florida. And it's only because Trump won Florida. And because the other guy, Andrew Gillum, he was kind of like the southern version of Fetterman, but he was polling pretty doggone good. And that election wasn't settled right away that night. So I don't like people who are disloyal like that. So I'm just telling you how I feel. As far as that deal in Pennsylvania, I'm not so sure anybody. Maybe that McMaster's might have won, and I don't know why Trump didn't endorse him. But if you've got people that are not voting for Dr. Oz because his mother's from Turkey, is that what Monkey Gouger said?
Mother's from Turkey, and I don't know.
He's a Muslim?
Mother's from Turkey, father's
and he's a Muslim?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't sound inbred to me. I don't know what is. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, the man's a heart surgeon. I mean, he's done some good for Americans here. I didn't understand it either, and obviously President Trump regrets endorsing him because he didn't win, because he's the type of result person. If I'm going to endorse you, I expect you to win. Did you also say that 298 of his 344
endorsed candidates
won?
That's the number that was shared, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. That's a pretty good record.
Well, that's a pretty damn good record. I mean, that's a very good record. And I'll tell you what a difference a day makes, because when I talked to you last night, or earlier this morning, I guess, yesterday morning now, I was kind of like Dan the Downer, but then as things came along and that Nevada race started unfolding, that made a big difference. I mean, because we're ahead right now in that race.
Correct.
The only reason they said it was a wave, the only reason I think they kept saying it was going to be a wave was these unreliable pollsters. They kept coming up with these numbers, and that's the only reason I guess people thought it was going to be a wave. But that's pretty good. Almost 300 out of 344 endorsed win.
Yep.
That's pretty good.
That's not shabby at all. Well, I'm glad to have you with us. Thanks for dialing us up, Dan, but we got to close it out there. Clock says we got to go. Come back at the midnight hour tonight. We'll roll into a Friday on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything